Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, February the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Well, you know how sometimes I joke about not trading Facebooks and the Microsofts and all those ones because, you know, they don't move unless there's some real big news. Guess what? Facebook, real big news after hours. What a devastation for Facebook on their earnings play. Look at this. I mean, down 23%. I'm sure everybody knows about this. And that, of course, is dragging down most of the social media platforms, even the ones that haven't had earnings, like the Twitters. I think Snap had earnings, though. Snap was an earnings play, too. Excuse me. Yeah, so Snap's an earnings play, being dragged down also. Man. We had, I think they said something like the best 4-day run in the SMI since November 2020, and that's over. But man, Facebook, that's amazing. I have to look at this graphic or chart again. So there is Snap, and it's bringing Twitter down also. Again, Twitter's not an earnings play, but again, also just social media, obviously. So they're all getting hit. On the positive side, ZEV has inked some kind of a deal with GM. So that's caused a big pop in this one. EV play. And as I saw that headline too regarding Hindenburg and SLI. So let's see if this has, I mean, it's already come down from 7 and, you know, so it's at a 22% drop. Let's see if it has any more leg in it to move down. These guys, Hindenburg, have, you know, they made, I think they basically made their claim to fame with their big call on NKLA quite a while ago. They don't come up with too many, and I don't know if they specialize in EV plays, but this is another one. So we'll see what happens. See if this has a further collapse for SLI. Now, if you were a TLMD shareholder and doom and gloom for months and months and months and days, you woke up to a nice buyout. I mean, that's amazing. I haven't seen something like this in a long time. I mean, we see buyouts, of course, but a 58-cent stock being bought out for $2.85. So there's a 340% increase. I think the buyout is supposed to be at 3. It's a private company taking them private or buying them. So, man, oh man, what a nice gift. And I'm hearing, when I'm saying I'm hearing, my text to voice, I'm seeing some of these, a lot of these NIO, Lucid, ELMS even is ELMS is continuing to move down this morning. 238. Wow. BCDA is gapping up. FDA gave them breakthrough device designation, BCDA. Pinterest, another one, PINS. I'm not sure it's an earnings play. It is an earnings play also. So you've got Facebook, and I'm always going to call Facebook. They don't, you know, it's going to be a generation before people call it Meta. Anyway, Facebook, Pins, Snap, they're all down on earnings. BON is up. It's an earnings play. It's holding. Okay, it's holding. Now, we have it January 31st market hours, but it looks like they've released earnings now. BPTS. This has a very ugly looking chart. 15, yeah, very ugly looking. BPTS, it's a COVID play out of France, so I don't really know how dynamic it's going to be once the market opens, but it is up. A lot of volume, and it's a low float. So BPTS. Facebook is even dropping more now, 251 down to 246. RBLX caught up in the meta downfall. So RBLX, sympathy play to Facebook in the metaverse. So RBLX is also down. My guess is that MTTR is down also. And Affirm, AFRM, PayPal sympathy play down. Groupon, let me see what Groupon is now. GRPN, yeah, another one. Well, Prescience, your $88. I mean, again, you know, we joke around a little bit, but I mean, none of these guys, when they're putting these crazy price targets on it, they're not saying it's going to be tomorrow. It may never happen, but man, oh man. What are they going to say today? So yeah, we're ready for a big move down in the SPY. You can see this right here. So, excuse me. It'll be interesting to see what the analysts. Now, the analysts usually do this stuff overnight, so we'll see what their upgrades and downgrades are for this morning. Actually, we have Snap. Okay, so Snap is not an earnings play, guys. I'm sorry. Snap is releasing earnings after hours. My apologies, but it's after the market close. So my apologies on that one, but it's being obviously hit by the Facebook earnings. So CSII, I had on my radar. I think the volume was just pretty light. And so it was kind of chopping around here. The volume was just too light. It is an earnings play, though, February 3rd pre-market. So it is an earnings play. And obviously the initial reaction is not good. I'm keeping an eye on that SLI. I want to see if this just kind of basing here and it has a further collapse. And let's see some of the other ones. AMC, I think it's under 15 now. The low 2 days ago was 15, so it's just below that. The next low looking left, if this is going to continue down, is 1340. So unless the apes get a hold of this one today, I mean, there's really nothing stopping this one from maybe approaching that 1350 mark. That was 3 days ago. Well, they call themselves apes, so why not? Why can't I? Yes. You call them the Reddit crew. That's two words. WS Beers. Anyway, interesting to see if this keeps underneath 15. And once this market opens, we're going to have a big, obviously we're going to have a big sell-off. A lot of stocks today. All right, it is now 9:11, so I'm just going to go and check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Morning, Carl, from in our YouTube room. All right, let's see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we do have. All right, well, they must have worked last night because Facebook, or this morning, I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure when these guys come out with their with their picks. Anyway, here are some of the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. One more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. And I'll get the downgrades in now. Guess what? Facebook. A couple more downgrades to go. Hey, we're getting a lot of downgrades for EXC. EXC also. And poor old Elm's getting piled on also. But EXC, let's take a look at what EXC is doing this morning. There are 3 downgrades for it. Let me take a look at EXC and see what's happening with it. It's under earnings play. Not that much volume, but whoa, big gap down yesterday. Didn't see this one at all yesterday. Big gap down yesterday, though, through that 200-day moving average. So we've got 3. Was that a spin-off? Thank you, X. Okay. Memers, you like memers? Apes, memers. Okay, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, so I'm hearing a plug. When I say here, this is what I'm talking about, my gap downs. This is text to voice, so I hear these ringing in my ear. And so plug. That red box continues down also. That was another big gapper down yesterday. Came in my daily breakdown, 10-day daily breakdown. All right, so SLI is having a little bit of a pop up here. Let's see if it holds. Maybe this will give us an opportunity to short a little higher. I'm sure I want to see if they had not yet. You know, typically these companies, what they'll do, they'll come up with a big refutation of these short sellers and say, you know, it's a lot of bull. But right now, usually it's not the day of though. All right, you know what? Let's take a look at the sectors. I'm sure we are going to be red everywhere. So, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. I was wondering about energy, but these are the major sectors, okay? The major ETFs. And so, for instance, when you look at energy, XLE, these are the stocks that make up the energy sector in XLE. And 100% of them are down from yesterday's close, okay? So not one stock is above yesterday's close. That's what that 0% means, or the 100%, okay? So, you know, look at technology. My goodness, okay, so top technology, 94% of them are down, of course, being led by Facebook, etc. Healthcare, I mean, there's not really, I mean, financials, you could say, is the top sector. Only a third of them, a little more than a third of them are up from yesterday's close. And that's it. So again, why is this important? Well, if you're going to get into a play, okay, if you're going to take a trade, unless it's trading on its own, we always talk about trading on its own, maybe an earnings play, or some news on its own, or you know, some Reddit crew has got a hold of them and is pumping it. You better make sure that you're going with the trend in the sector. Otherwise, you know, you're going. Now, obviously, I'm not talking about these stocks. I mean, for instance, XLE. These are the ones that make up XLE. But of course, there are many other energy stocks. But if you know, if you're going to take an energy play that is not doesn't really have any news on its own, you're going way against the trend in the sector. So that's why it's important to know what's happening in the sector, and of course, what's happening in the overall market. You know, I guess I'm holding out for another collapse for SLI. We'll see what happens. You know, just have to see what happens when this market opens. If it gets back down to the 550s, that might take it down, but we'll see. I mean, it's 573 right now. Okay, one moment, please. I was looking at this, unfortunately, not shortable at Interactive Brokers for me, ZEV. Well, if there's ever a day to short the pops, you know, every day is a day to short the pops, but really, today is a big one. Spotify is another one, guys. I didn't mention Spotify. Spotify is down big also. Wow, 12, excuse me, 12%. Big moves, for these guys with a lot of like big floats, big floats. SST, what are you doing? Oh yeah, I've got this one in here. There's not very much volume, but I don't remember this being an IPO this day. This might have been a SPAC that turned into SST. Wonder if it's going to tell me here. Acquisition marketing program. Okay. Yeah, today's not the day to be long Kathy. I mean, look, I always have a bounce, but oops, what is it? Okay, one moment, please. And that KSCP continues its slide. Let's see if there's any shorts at Interactive Brokers now. And the answer is 5,000. So that happened yesterday too in the pre-market, and I think at various times during the day, shorts became available. Interactive Brokers for this one. It's a great short from it was about 10 down to almost 9. Actually, about 10.50 down to 9. Well, I'm watching this SLI. I mean, if it gets over 6, I'll be surprised, but hey, it might happen. Um, if you look at that 15-minute candle, this 15-minute candle right here, this is where it could stall. I'd be surprised. This is another one. It's not an earnings play, just TTD, and you see the gap down after hours. I don't know if it's Facebook related, but it's not in the same sector or anything. But anyway, TTD. I guess it is technology advertising. Okay. So anyway, TTD getting hit also. TTD. All right, I think the moment of truth coming for SLI to see if it actually can get over 6. I'd be surprised, but it might happen. Is that the one? Is that the? No. We're looking for what's a bear cave or something? The bear cave at 10:30. Whatever they're going to come out with, who they're going to hit. Well, okay, so you're talking about MP, and yeah, MP is just hitting right now. MP. Now there's a 200-day moving average, 36.15, so it's below the 200-day moving average now. Also, this is getting hit hard here. Tough to trade right now with that spread, 35.25, 35.61. If you were trying to take a short in it. I think Zach is saying they're coming up with something at 10:30, but I don't know. I don't know what other one they came up with earlier. Maybe Zach knows. All right, now pins. Okay, you are now at 24. So underneath you is 20. I'm just looking at 1991 is the next low looking left. Sorry, that's not correct. 2246 is the next low looking left on the monthly chart. Excuse me. So that's probably that could hold it. But look at this. I mean, this has just been dropping for months and months and months from a high of 80 down to 24. How do you swing anything? Certainly not that one. And Snap is continuing down. Again, this is not an earnings play, but after hours, so I'm assuming people are thinking, well, how good could it be? The next low looking left on that monthly chart is 28.8. Sorry, I'm wrong. This is below here. So what do we see here? 26.13. So that's below that one. And 21.44. Last week, is that last week? At 1 minute, yes, thank you, William. 1 minute to the open, if that's who alerted me. Yes, thank you, William. All right, everybody. Well, listen, what a day it's going to be. I mean, we're going to see some wild moves, I think. We might have just big continuations down. Or, we're going to find a bottom and some of these could rebound. That's the beauty of the market. We just don't know. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, kind of let things settle down a little bit. And we'll have to see what happens. And we're now open. Okay, getting some early ones, of course. So the Lucid is continuing down here. Yeah, wow, Lucid. I'm just looking at some thumbnail charts. Boy, Facebook continues down. I mean, 250 was 250 this morning after already being down a lot. Now it's 242. Now SLI, guys, SLI looks like it's trying to drop here. All right, looks like SLI is trying to drop. It got close to 6. What did it get to actually? It got to 601. Now we'll see if that's kind of going to be the high for a while and see if it continues down now. SLI. So let's take a look at the market. So no disconnect today, not yet anyway. The Dow is down, NAS is down big, and the SPY is down. So there's BPTS. What is BPTS doing right now? These are the races again. Wow, look at BPTS, guys. BPTS. This is taking my watch list and looking at the ones that are moving up the most on my watch list. Look at BPTS. The winner, BPTS, right off the bat. I'm really watching this SLI, guys. I want to see if it gets rejected at 6 again. See how much power that Hindenburg report has. I mean, obviously it had a lot of power. It's down a lot, but let's see if it continues now that the market's open and more people are seeing this. That's a big move for KSCP. Won't die. KSCP, big move. Look at that. 887, 1030. All right, so we've got one of these. OHI, the 10-day daily breakdown. It's early though, and what am I seeing here on the weekly chart? Next low looking left is 27.92, so that's actually far enough away. That's about $1.08 away. That's not too bad. Don't like taking them this early, but this one, wish it had more room. When I say that, I'm talking about more room to run before it hits the next low. Aye. That's so you just close the position for a small gain. So what are you trying to say? And yesterday you were down a lot, but now you've just closed it. So, which I'm hoping that's what it means. Look at Facebook. Facebook continues. Well, look at AMC. They won't die. They just will not die. Flex is flexing its muscles here, guys. Flex, F-L-E-X. Right at the 200-day moving average, 1783, 1782. It's got some room before it hits some resistance, I guess, but HBI, Haynes. I've seen this one for a while. It's an earnings play, guys. February, yeah, this is an earnings play. HBI is an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market because it hadn't really moved too much. But now look at it go. HBI, earnings play. Look left on the daily chart. The next high we see is 1685. So, yeah, it's got some, maybe some, problems right around that area. 1685 to 17. So, it doesn't look that attractive to me. That's me, of course, but a lot of volume coming into that SLI. Being defended. All right, Penn is an earnings play. Penn, big nice gap up for Penn. Doesn't care what the market's doing. So this is classic, okay, guys? Market's way down. This one is an earnings play. It's moving higher. It doesn't, right now anyway, doesn't care what the market's doing. And again, looking left, and we see 49.17 is the next high looking left. Yeah, you know what? We're getting some big rebounds here. Look at Pinterest, P-I-N-S. P-I-N-S. This is almost, is it gone positive? No, not quite, but, so thinking about shorting this right off the bat, that would be not good. That's, wow, really why I like to sit out that first 15 minutes. I mean, this could turn into a great short later on, but man, oh man. You would have got nailed if you just said, it's going to go down. Actually, we're getting some on the way up here. RDW. I think I saw this in the pre-market also. Yeah, it was really chopping around though. Well, I got to tell you, SLI is being defended very well. Very well. They haven't come up with anything yet, but I am surprised at that move. Over 6 now. Okay, SPY's having a bit of a comeback now. There's that first 15-minute candle, green. Deutsche Bank, DB, big float, 2 billion in the float. Deutsche Bank, for whatever reason, is moving. Remember we looked at the financials, the ETF? It was, only 68% of them were down for the day. It was the best sector, if you will. All right, with this SLI, I guess what I'm gonna do is just put an alert down here around 580 or so and see if it takes that out. Now, that's a lot of volume that came in. A lot of defense taking place on this stock, really. Meanwhile, though, Facebook continues to move down. I'm just going to draw this one to your attention. MTEK, a very small IPO from yesterday, back to the 3 level. I'm just going to keep an eye on it to see if it has any sort of a day. I'm going to put an alert around 318 to see if it gets back up to this level. The high it got up to was 350 yesterday approximately. Yeah, Zev, after the big pop in the pre-market, pulled back down to 470. Excuse me. Yeah, I agree. If maybe this level 509 or so, 509, maybe the high of that candle right there, and maybe that'll get it running. Did have some news about GM this morning, so it is news related. All right, well, there's a little MTEK trying to, what's the volume? What's the volume like? Keep an eye on it, you know, I mean, it might be, no history on it yet, obviously, just yesterday, but we'll just see if this has any sort of a move. Volume is coming in. All right, there's Zev. Now there's MTEK, guys. Well, we got a couple little runners now. Did it get halted? That got halted, son of a... Sorry, guys, I was trying to get this MTech, and it got halted. Sugar. Mild. It got halted. Well, that's disappointing. First halt of the day, MTAC. My goodness, I was looking at it, I was really sizing it up right here at that 316. Kept trying to get it, it kept moving. And then it just got halted. Oh well, c'est la vie, as they say. All right, OHI could be interesting now. Now after we're 15 minutes in, so let's see if this really starts dropping. This is an earnings play, OHI. Ah, I'm so ticked at that MTech. Oh, here's another one, guys. CLVT is on the way down here. This could show up in the 10-day daily breakdown. It's almost an all-time low, CLVT. What's the volume like? Yeah, the volume's fine. Relative volume's fine. Is it 40 cents below the open? That's the issue right now. That's one of the filters I've got here. It doesn't appear to be that, so it may not show up. Sticking an alert for ZEV at about 5:14. Excuse me. Yeah, TLMD alley is a buyout, okay? So don't get too excited about it. The buyout is around $3, so don't get too excited about it. Only if you were holding this one yesterday at 55 cents. Well, I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to put it up anyway. Oh, God. Sorry, guys. There's it is. There's your halt for MTech at 332. The potential open is in this range, 349. Man, that would have been sweet. Hey, OHI, come on down. Okay, well, maybe that'll ease the pain a bit if OHI really starts to drop here. Remember, I waited 15 minutes. I like to wait. I don't like to take them right off the bat. Excuse me. Well, I guess if you could... there it goes, 349, 356. All right, well, let's see what one is today. Cam, if he's in the room. This was, again, this is why these can be really, really exciting, all right? Little IPO from yesterday. Only a couple of million shares, I think, issued. Low price. This is what can happen. Didn't happen yesterday, but this is an interesting continuation today. No idea where it's going. I'm not saying it's going any higher than it is right now. All I'm saying is that great percentage move when I was talking about it from about 313 up to here. And there's Snap now. I want to see OHI over and over and again. There's Snap. Again, earnings after hours today, okay? But obviously affected by Facebook. I'm sorry, guys. I know I shouldn't dwell on it. But anyway, anybody take MTech when I was talking about it? That'll make me happy. Don't be afraid to trade out of it, of course. I mean, what did I get up to? Man, 380. So I am just going to do a quick check. Give me a moment here, please, guys. Okay, die, OHI, die. So Cam, that's what I was going to do. I'm just going to check my price alerts and see if there's anything. Okay, I wonder if Mod is going to come out today. That's a little more expensive, 2.4 million at 1250. There's one at 7. Any real cheap one? Here's a cheap one. JUNS, 3.3 million between 5 to 7 with Roth. They can be kind of amusing. Another one, VDNT, 6.3 million, 7 to 9. So don't know when these are going to open. If it's supposed to be today. It's supposed to be this week though. It's supposed to be this week. And might get some, MTech type action. Bye-bye. Now, Zev did not take out my price alert, which was about 510 or so. So we'll have to wait and see if that happens later on. I mean, the news seems good. I mean, anytime you put GM in your press release, can't hurt. Oh, DXC Wow. Let's see what DXC Wow, and that's Wow, yes. And an earnings play, okay? Release earnings after hours. What the heck happened here? This was just, looks like it was a buyout yesterday. Yeah, I can't give any advice like that, okay, TRD. I don't think, I can't give any advice like that. I have no idea. I don't trade, I've never traded Facebook or any of these larger ones. So the question was, do I think it's a good time to consider a long position in Facebook? Yeah, I'm very reluctant to give any opinion on that. Okay. Well done, John. Okay, so this CLVT, so this is shortable for me. Okay, what's the volume like? Yeah, so it's showing up here underneath 15. I'm going to keep an eye on this one. Maybe down here, 1479. I want to see If it gets back down under 50 in a big way, for a potential short. What's the news on this one? No, 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 no. It's not a no. Don't take it as a no, TRD. I have no idea if Facebook is a good buy right now. Okay? I mean, it could run higher. This could be the bottom. I just don't, I don't know. Okay? If you look at a chart, let's look at a chart for Facebook. And what do we see? I mean, it got down to this level right there. I mean, will that hold it? I don't know. But I mean, the news is bad. I mean, I got out of the OHI flat. Son of a gun. I'll watch it later on, but I was hoping it would get down closer to 28. So out of OHI flat, or sorry, OHI flat. I'll take a look at it again later on. Put a price alert down here. See if it takes it out again later on. All right, let's see if CLVT has any life underneath here. It's all-time low right now. I have to find like an Elms or something like that that just basically collapsed all, well, except for that little jog up, collapsed all day long. Or that red box collapsed all day long. PayPal. Yeah, so PayPal was, so yeah, I mean, it had the disaster earnings also on the 1st. So actually the reaction was yesterday, yeah. So they released after hours on the 1st, so there was a reaction yesterday. Okay, just a minute, please. All right, guys, let's see. I'm just looking at some of the other things on my thumbnail charts. See if anything interesting is happening. Come on, CLVT. Do your thing then. Here we go. All right, I did not take the snap, but the snap is 2561. What are you doing now? 25. I did not take the snap, 2561. Well, again, like I talked with MTech, you've got to be nimble. I mean, it had a lot of time to get out at 350 to 380. If you got in around that 320 mark, anywhere from 350 to 380 would have given you a nice percentage move. Choppy, guys. I mean, look how choppy some of these things are. Look at AMC. I mean, big pop, big drop. Now what? Now what? I mean, now what? Yeah, OHI coming back down again. I don't know. It just doesn't look dynamic enough, but I've got an alert set down here around 28, what was it? We're at 28.70 or so. See if it takes it out later on. BCDA, let's see. BCDA did have some news this morning. FDA giving them breakthrough device designation status. BCDA. Well, there's OHI down again. And checking the AI, let's see. So DV, let's see, 2528, 2476. So I see AI went short on this one right there. So it is moving down nicely. If you look left, you took that one from the AI. Your next low looking left is 2442. So be aware of that right there. I mean, just be aware of that. Yeah, that may pause it at least. Give me a moment, please. Yeah, I see you're talking about fun. Well, Dwack is actually, having a good day in the face of all the other social media ones. But I mean, a lot of them are now starting to bounce. I mean, Facebook has had a nice bounce. Pinterest, Snap, I think also. So Dwack is also having a nice bounce here. Yeah, so I'm looking at here the TLMD with the AI did not, of course, well, not knowing that's a buyout. So the minute you got that, listen, I mean, this is why, we talk about the man and machine, okay? If you have the AI and you got that alert for TLMD, this is why you've got to click on the alert, okay? Check number one to see what it's doing. You see something like this, you almost have to recognize that that's, like a buyout, okay? I mean, that's just common sense, but I mean, experience will tell you that something that's doing something like this is typically a buyout, all right? But to make sure, you just check on the news, okay? Now, in this particular case, you better have better news than we have. So seriously, but you've got it right here because you can't take this trade, because if you check the news, the buyout's at $3. Yeah, it's a little bit under, but you've got to check the news. You've got to check. That's why you just don't take any trade, in my opinion, anyway. Whether checking the chart, quick glance at the news to see what might be happening. Is it an earnings play? Is there some specific news for it? I'm actually surprised we don't have that. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. So there it is. Okay, SOC Telemed to be acquired. So there was the news. So the minute you see that, you don't take the trade. It's really that simple. Yeah, TGTX is just getting slammed here, as it was. It's down, what was it down to? Whoa, now right back up. Whoa, that's a tough one. Got all the way down to 985, and it popped up almost $1, right back down again, coming back down again. All right, the ZEV is getting more and more interesting. Just poking above 5 right now. I've got an alert set up here around 516. Sort of the highs of these candles right there. Had news about GM. Pops 5% after electrification deal with General Motors. Okay, so there was some news on it. Hey, no problem, Rob. Now, let's see if any of these ones are moving here. HBI 1660, nope. I'd be very reluctant to go long too many things today. I know the market's trying to, try to put in a little bit of a pop, but not really. RDW. Okay, it's not an earnings play. All right, there's ZEV now. There's your, it came right back down, right back down. I'm going to reset the alert. All right, is this Resolute? Yeah, Resolute Forest Products, RFP. Now, the problem with it is that it looks like it's got some support just underneath 11. So this is a classic. You'll hear me say this from time to time. It's just a trade, okay? This is just a trade. This is not, oh man, it's going to keep going higher and higher and higher. This is just a trade, MTech, if you took it. Now, it may be starting to put it, if it puts on a nice base, you know, it might have another run later on, but all right, guys. Well, I'm back in that OHI. Let's see if it works a little bit better this time. See if it gets down to that, closer to that 28 level. I got stopped out the first time with basically flat. So waiting on this CLVT to see if it has a big drop. So far, the only good thing about it, it's holding underneath 15 so far. Yeah, it's a UK stock, you know, that might be a problem. Not because of... It's okay, Jay. I love the UK. But, you know, it can trade kind of strangely. I didn't see that. But you know why? I mean, it's obviously trades in the FTSE, right? You can probably check that. All right, Zev, another shot at that 515 level. What's the high in the pre-market? Was 534. You know, it's a low float too, 29 million in the float, so it's certainly not a high float. Not crazy low, but it's not a high float. 14% short. What's the next high looking left on that daily chart? Is 534. What did it get to this morning? Look at that, guys. I mean, right to the penny. That could be an issue. I mean, literally got to 534 pre-market. Look left over here, 534. That's where it's stalled. I mean, if it can break through that, you know, then you've got a shot getting closer to 6. Yep, the stock that won't die, GME ramping up over 100. What a trading vehicle. I mean, that's what it is, guys. I mean, if you can time it, you know, you've got $10 swings seemingly every day. No, I see AMC. Yeah, I mean that's how do you, I mean, it's so hard to trade. I mean, again, pop, drop, pop, now what? But Facebook did have a nice bounce off that, wow, 236 to $10 run for Facebook off the bottom. How much longer? Who knows? Well, Zev is now at the 20s now. Again, that little 534. Will it stall it this time? Again, 536. All right, guys, I'm going to keep my spiel pretty short today. There's too much going on. So first of all, I just want to let everybody know we are having a test. We are having a test drive. Okay, so if you want to try us out for 10 trading days, sign up. And this is what it looks like. You click on the test drive link. So this is what it looks like. It'll cost you $11.11, February the 14th, 28th inclusive. That is 10 trading days. One of those days in between here is a holiday, President's Day holiday. So you will get 10 trading days. You sign up today. What you're doing is you're pre-registering. You're not getting any live data until the 14th, okay? So please understand what you're signing up for today. It's just pre-registration. And it'll give you access to the full premium service except for auto trading. No auto trading, okay? Other than that, it's a full premium service. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? So if you ever wanted to try us out, this is the time. We do this about 3 or 4 times a year. Oh, I don't have time, Terry. I'm sorry. I don't have time to check something like that right now. Must have been some other filter or something that's preventing it, but let me just quickly look at it though. Well, at least the OHI is starting to work now. Okay, the OHI is starting to work now. Yeah, I see the reason, Terry. You're looking for a 6% pop from the open. It opened at 507. Okay, so I think anyway. So that would have to get up in my if I'm doing my math right. You won't see this until 537. Okay, I just checked it. I mean, you're looking. One of your filters is 6%. I'm sorry, I thought it said from the open. Okay, sorry, excuse me. So I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I gotta watch this stupid CLVT. Sorry, I'm out. Took a little loss on that one, the CLVT. I'll watch it maybe later on, but I don't know. It's because it's a UK stock. It's probably I don't know what happens on that other exchange. This has been a tough one. I mean, I haven't I'm not in this one yet. I still think that has to take out that high in the pre-market, which would take out that high a few days ago. If you've got shorts, I guess, yeah. Well, the OHI is starting to work not too badly. Not too badly. I got back in around 20, what is it, 28.75-ish. So it's not too bad. Let's see if it gets closer down to that 28 that I was kind of hoping for. Thoughts on BCDA? BCDA? I don't know. I mean, it had the news. Whether it moves more from here, I have no idea. I mean, FDA gives them breakthrough device designation, so that's the reason for the pop. What did it get up to today? 232. So the next highs looking left are about 250. Yeah, I mean, it's just chopping around. Oh, as far as the swing goes, I have no idea. I mean, you think that news is good enough to make it to, propel it further and further? I'm in no idea. It's a low float too, 12 million in the float. But again, you look left, you've got some pretty tough resistance, maybe around that 250 mark. Two minutes for the bear cave. Okay, I'll be eagerly anticipating whatever they're going to come out with. See if we can snap a short somewhere. All right, now MTAC actually is kind of basing a little bit here now. Okay, a little bit of a base, big bottoming tail there, little one there. It might have another go. Just watch this action right here. What you're looking for is if it does start to break out a bit, you want to see some volume accompanying that breakout. You can do it this way. Just put the EPS. Use your EPS filter. Oh, there's PLTK is taking a header here. PLTK. So use your EPS filter, okay, and put plus 0.001 in the min and minus 0.001 in the max. Okay. Oh, earnings. I'm sorry. Earnings. Wow, PLTK guys. Wow, look at this thing cracking. Yeah, I'll have to think about it, okay? I never filter out earnings. I only look for earnings, so I'll have to think about it a bit, okay? Oh, PLTK, yeah, could be PLTK. Because this is really taking a hit here. So they haven't announced it. Is it confirmed? Okay. And not quite an all-time low, but all right, let's see how it trades here, guys. Okay, so we've had a bit of a pull-up. So we started getting that at 10:28. When did it hit? When did that email or that information hit? We started getting that one at 10:28, and the price was $15.99. Can it take out 15? Can it take out 15? Not at. Are you sure, Roberto? Not at Interactive Brokers. It says million shares. Oh, well, not quite. I see what you mean. Okay. Object rule. Okay. Well, it's only down 9% now, so you can get them now. All right, let's see if this is a little rest here. So I sort of scalped out of this. So obviously I got this before it was down 10%. I had no issue whatsoever getting it. And scalped out some. I was hoping for a big 15 break, but we'll see what happens. Woo, it's really popped now. So I'm up. So, well, I'm going to wait again. Wow, look at that. You're going to be careful. Look at this. Talk about wild action. Okay, well, that's why you got to be really careful. You cannot, and just because you get a big or news release like that, obviously it worked. It slammed it down. I'm all out of the OHI guys too. Also, right now I have nothing. Yeah, this is a choppy day, guys. A lot of stocks. A lot of stocks are very choppy right now. So I'm one eye on the MTech to see if it has another run later on in the day. MTech. I'm going to stick an alert. The highs right there around 340. See if it takes those out on some volume. Need volume. Always need volume, of course. It's interesting, you know, you think on 10-day daily breakdowns would work really, really well on a day where the market's down, but just haven't really performed. I mean, OHI has not been, wasn't terrible, but nothing fabulous. Well, yesterday we had two great ones. I shouldn't dump all over it, but on a day where the market is down so much, man, that 534 is just the killer right here. That 535 or whatever for Zev. I wish that weren't there on the daily, and it just touched that on the pre-market. Now that's why we wait. No anticipation, okay? No anticipation. That's why we wait. Look at the MTech. I have my price alert up here. Look what happened. So I'm not going to anticipate it's going to break it. Doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, and you just move on. So the use of the price alerts, you know, is really something. I think it's an underused portion of our product, or piece of our product. Yeah, I mean it's right back up, right? Almost, not quite, but it's Israeli stock. Okay, so it's almost right back up. These short sellers are not doing a good enough job. And the SLI, I would have thought this would, yeah, have the pop. Absolutely, I can see, you know, why it would have a pop, and then I would have thought that, I don't know, maybe up here it would just start to drift down again, but not even close. Not yet, anyway. Okay, so this is a SPAC, guys. It's a CFVI. It's showing up on the ZAC scan, the topping tail. It's a SPAC though. Well, DWAC, new high now, guys. DWAC. What a run. 76.84. The high 2 days ago was 84.62, so it's almost there. All right, well, now 85, taking out 85. So that's that high. That's broken now. And the next high is up here at about 86.63. So big run. Again, absolutely 100%. Is it going to open on the 21st or the 22nd of February? And the volume, look at the volume picking up on that 15-minute chart. That's what you want to see. So well, it just took out that high now. That high right over here. Oh, of course, this is CV. I can't believe I forgot. So this is all to do with DWAC, guys. I forgot all about this one. CFVI. Yeah, I just don't have time, Sam. It's off the top of my head. I mean, I know there's a way to do it with the min and the max, but it's something I've never ever considered. Trying to keep out earnings. I always want to see earnings, but there you go. Well, I guess fun. I know somebody was mentioning ties. I think was mentioning fun earlier. All right, guys. Well, let's see if this Zev has any legs now. Okay. I mean, it takes out that 535. I think it's got a shot then to get close to the 6th level. 582 is the next high looking left. And my guess is that CFVI is having a bit of a pullback. CFVI, bit of a pullback. Yep. Just have to follow it along with DWAC, DWAC. So if your platform doesn't allow you to short DWAC, like for some reason IB has run out of shorts, but certainly lots of shorts available here for CFVI. Come on, Zev, just take out that 534. All you had to do, look what it did. I mean, what did it get to? It got to 535, 534, 534. You got some volume coming in. Good volume coming in. Just push it through that 535. All right, I'm going to induce you upwards. It just doesn't want to really rip through that yet. Need the volume to keep up here, guys. What time is it now? 10:46. So that's only a minute. Now GoPro is on the way down. GPRO. What do you have looking? Oops. Okay. I'm sorry. So GoPro is on the way down also, and what do you have looking left? So looking left, 847. That's probably a little close. Next low looking left. I wish the next low were down here around 8. And it probably looks like it's going to continue to slide, but well, plug is an EV play, of course, so it depends on the EVs, all the EVs, Mario. I wouldn't call plug necessarily following the SPY, but obviously the big ones will follow the SPY, the Facebooks and the Apples and things like that. But I wouldn't call plug something that would follow the SPY necessarily. Too small. But you know what? Let's take a look at the SPY right here. Stock racing SPY. We'll see stocks that are moving up, stocks that are moving down. This is going to change this 30, well, the 30 seconds doesn't matter so much if you've got a longer race going. But if, you know, like me, I've got 2-minute races going, so it's going to change to 5. So let's 5 seconds. So let's just keep an eye on some of the ones who's moving down, who's moving up in the SPY. You can track, you know, some big movers here. I shouldn't say big movers. This is just showing you, you know, from when we started the race. HOLX is, you know, nothing big deal, not a big deal, but look how it pulled back. There's XYL. These are the ones moving down. So you have to have their beta version, okay? The beta, if you go to our homepage, make sure you're on our beta. I think it's 0.60. All right, and then if you go to our channel bar, or sorry, the toolbar, click on new, and then dock channel bar. And when you do that, S&P stock racing, okay? S&P 500, okay? But you need our latest beta. So go to the homepage and download the latest beta. So you start seeing, you know, a bigger percentage here. Anyway, that's something you can, you guys want to follow the bigger stocks on the SPY. This is something you can take a look at, the races. Okay, and I don't know how long, it's a 10-minute race. All right, guys, I took myself out of the ZEV trade. I basically made a minor amount. I'm going to have to wait for this to take out that 535 in a big way. It just doesn't want to. It's just stalling right there many times. So I have my alert set, I think, at 540. If it takes out, if it gets up to 540 with some volume, I may re-enter the trade. I mean, it's crazy that, you know, one little data point in the pre-market, and way back here on what day was that, doesn't matter, about 2 weeks ago, that it's sort of just keeping it stuck. Extremely fast moving stocks in descriptions column. I don't, what descriptions column are you talking about? I mean, we have, you know, we have a filter or an alert. I don't use it, but, you know, you might want to try it, but running up. So running up now, and you can actually say, okay, you add the alert, and you can put how much it has to run up, as an example. I don't use this one, but you can try it. That is a true alert. Now, the dollar amount you're going to use, of course, it will depend on what price range you're looking at. Obviously, if you used 10 cents or 20 cents and you're looking at Facebook, that doesn't, that doesn't make any difference, right? But if you're looking at a stock, say from $1 to $10 and you put 30 cents, hey, that's going to be something running up pretty quickly. 30 cents is pretty big on a stock that's under $10. So you can try that. But in the descriptions column, I don't know what you mean. Well, I am now just kind of looking at a couple thumbnail charts and seeing if anything interesting happening. I don't see anything happening. There you go. So Vicky uses it. So running down filter, running up filter. And again, she's saying minus 10 cents. Again, it really depends on the price range you're looking at too. Did you not hear me, Bob? I said, here's, I was showing you this. Here's the running up, running down. So what dollar amount you're going to put in is up to you. But it really depends on, the price range you're looking at. That is an alert. So it's a real-time alert. I wonder if Bob can hear me. Maybe he can't hear me. Really helps, guys, if you ask me a question that I'm not on mute because hard to do a lot of this text-wise. Yeah, so it's really hard for me to explain things if you don't have me, if you can't hear me. Sorry. All right, well, another kick here, maybe. I'm holding out though for that 535, 536 area for Zev. Okay, Chloe. Okay. All eyes on the Zev if it takes out that 535, 536 again. Boy, look at that MP. MP is, you mentioned you had some news on that one before. I think 33.21 is the next low looking left. No, that's one. Hard to help Bob. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to help Bob, but that's the extent of what I can do. Well, if he's looking for stocks that are running up now, I mean, that can do it. Look at PAGs, guys. Okay, PAGs, are you going to really move down more? Let's see, 1714 is the next low looking left on the monthly chart for PAGs, PAGS. All right, Pags, what do you have? Are you going to keep moving down? As the market moves down? Ugh, where are you out of? So this is a Brazilian stock. BLX, I saw that. Of course, this is a meta stock, isn't it? All right, Pags, come on down. I'm doing more trading than I normally do, guys. So, okay, Zev, again. Gets into the 540s. I think it could go. It's crazy that just little one couple of like the pre-market high and then that high of a few days ago is just kind of blocking it right now. Wow, Pags. And you know why I'm saying wow, Pags, right, Zach? The reason I'm saying wow, Pags is because that's my sound alert for the that breaking down on volume, and it just goes wow, 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 wow all the way. But got to trade it. You know, this is not really getting helped by the market either. Pags is just moving down, down, down. Yeah, Vicky, I just don't know. I mean, I don't know what else we can do. I mean, it's running up now. Put a price that you want, a minimum that you want to see a move, and start from there and see what sort of alerts you get. I think he wants to filter, though, somehow have a filter that is going to filter on the words extremely, extremely or whatever, okay, extremely quickly. That's what he wants, some kind of a way in which we can extract only ones that say extremely quickly, I guess. Well, I'm not going to lose sight of the ZEV as if it can get into those 540s. Okay, I mean you can just see. I mean it's amazing. It just wants to getting stuck right there, right at that high, right there at 534. But he has to know that what he puts in there, it really depends on the price. I mean, a 10-cent move on a $1 stock, great. Okay. I mean, a 10-cent move on a $1 stock, obviously a lot more. Sorry, guys, I'm just a lot better than a 10-cent move on Facebook. Okay, so, but I don't know if he's going to understand that. But Vicky, you would agree though that I mean a 10-cent move for Facebook is nothing. So it really depends on the price range he's looking at. Yeah, I mean, I'd probably put $1. You know, you want to see something moving fast for a $100 stock, at least $1 or even two. I mean, you know, otherwise you just get inundated with alerts. But that's not an alert, is it, Rubber Toe? That's more like a filter. But how do you, okay, let me see what you've got here. Ooh, there are how many? Oh, this is halts, okay. Yeah, okay, so you're using the running up. So your filter, okay, so you're using a filter that it has to be at least 3.55% and a running up in combination. So these are all filters, and then but you need a trigger. So what are you using in the minimum? But yeah, I mean, I guess as a combination, I guess that could kind of work. But if you're looking for a pure alert, a stock that's running up 3% right now, yeah, we can't do that. Anyway, I'll let him figure it out. Boy, MP was an awesome one. I didn't get that. I didn't take that one though. MP was an awesome one, Zach. Well, next level for Zev is that the 50-cent level. To kind of break through that. We have a halt, VMAC. So VMAC is, VMAC got halted. So this is a SPAC, guys. VMAC just got halted. Whoa, okay, maybe that 50 is going to really propel it. Lots of volume coming in. Well, it just dropped down. A lot of volume is keeping this ZEV trade interesting, okay? Look at the volume on the 15-minute. Look, this could be the biggest one of the day. What time is it? 11:14. Well, it's got 30 seconds, 35 seconds to close, but that's going to challenge that opening one. So a lot of enthusiasm right now for this stock. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right. Well, the next high looking left for Zev is, yeah, that 570. Come on, where are you? 582 is the next high looking left for Zev. If it can just get really pop through that 550. So that turned out to be the biggest volume bar of the day. The last 15-minute candle. You too, green. Ah. Boy, that was an awesome one. That's MP. Again, the one I did not take this one, unfortunately. It's just moving down and down and down. The next low looking left on that monthly chart, 46.80. I'm sorry, what am I talking about? 33.21. So that's the next low, about $1 away on the monthly chart. Yeah, not a lot of, I mean, look at, yeah, a lot of choppiness. Man, oh man. Depends on what you're looking at, of course, but a lot of choppiness. All right, I don't know if MTech is getting ready again for maybe a later run, but $3 is the basing so far. I'll keep an eye on it, but it needs volume. I mean, look how the volume just dwindled. Nothing, zip. Boy, MP just continues. What was the news on it? After, this is, so these guys, I don't know these guys at all. Bonitas issued a short report on the company. There's another one. I've not seen them before. Doesn't mean they, I don't know if this is the first one they've ever done. Probably not, but I've never seen that before. So theirs really is one that is stuck. And by that I mean, I'm looking at SLI. And of course the other one, the what was the one earlier? PLTK. Yeah, that did not stick. Aha, SST guys. Are you a SPAC? I can't quite tell if it's a SPAC or not. Acquisition marketing. Why didn't? Boy, keep an eye on this SST. It's on a low float, 50 million. Doesn't trade that much. 5 times normal is 350,000 shares. But boy, this is really, since it's, I'm wondering if this was a SPAC that turned into a SST, or was this actually an IPO here? Camel, no. I mean, I could check it, but okay, I want to keep an eye on this one. If it takes out 13 again, SST, oh, like that. Center Point. Center Point. They may have changed their name. Have they changed their name, Zach, from Center Point to Clear something or other? Or, but I'm sure if you Google Center Point, you'll certainly find it. It is still Center Point. Okay, I thought they changed their name. Holy smokes! Look at this VMAC. Wow. So it got halted at 1396. It resumed, and now it's just halted again. VMAC. All right, guys, I'm out of the ZEV. A little bit of profit on it. Not as much as I was hoping if it really take out the 550, but what a very choppy day. For me, anyway. A lot of stocks that look like they had. Here's a red bar now forming in the SPY also. No, I can't chase this, but man, MP, just straight down. Who are these guys, Bonitas? Yeah, for me, Zeb doesn't have that clear shot though. I mean, if it had like nothing up here, I mean, 650 wouldn't be bad. Don't get me wrong, but it just, I see it getting stuck again and again and again. The 50-cent level for the stocks under 10 are almost like the dollar levels. The psychological barriers, almost. This is the one that really intrigues me, this SST. Oh, okay, so this was a SPAC. Okay, there we go. This was a SPAC. Trebia Acquisition Corp and System 1 announced the closing. Okay, so this was a SPAC, turned into SST, okay, and it's done well. One of the few SPACs that is so far has worked out not too badly. So I see here, you know, I haven't really been able to watch my watch list, but SST, so the alert was at 1180. So that was pretty good, 1337 on the high. There's our friendly bot in YouTube trying to get us to click on a link that will destroy the channel. Zach. Oh, you're long MP. I was going to say, did you short MP? I mean, that's just been awesome. What a fast morning, even fast and frantic. I mean, just not for me anyway. I mean, this was arguably the best one. I mean, from 36 to 33 from here. It's a SPAC, right? So I don't know if they announced who they're trying to. So on the 15th, I guess this is the news. Okay, so this is it. Okay, but that's on December 15th. Boy, look at this is so intriguing. I mean, this is one of those ones, again, it's not a recommendation. I'm just pointing this out, but this is one of those, not shot spotter, what am I looking at? SST, one of those ones that, you know, has that chance for a big multi-dollar run here. Spread is a little tough, but what is the volume for VMAC right now? Oh, that's white. Okay, so it's only 90,000 shares. Yeah. Gotta be awfully careful. You carried that short from yesterday, Dak. I was yelling at you all day yesterday. You weren't around in the room, not yelling at you, but wondering if you were still in that group on short. Keep an eye on this SST, guys. If it can keep over 13, you know, it might do some crazy stuff. Only 20, oops, how many in the float, SST? 50 million, so it's not crazy low. Look how, I mean, this is indicative of what I've seen for a lot of stocks. AMC. This is about it, so ugly. I mean, topping tails, bottoming tails, topping tails, bottoming tails. You know, I mean, very, very difficult to intraday trade anyway, in my opinion. Yeah, MTech is sort of resurrecting itself off that 3 level a little bit. But look at the volume. You need volume. I mean, you just get can roped into these things, you know. They look like, okay, I guess it's going to hold 3, it's going to move up. But look at the volume. It's really non-existent. Even on the 2-minute, you can't even see a little glimmer of volume here. So if you're looking for something like that, send something to info. I have no idea if or when it would ever happen, Shrimpy, but send it to coming from the customers. It gets into a database, you see, so we get enough. We get enough requests for the same type of thing. Then you know we'll take notice of it. Okay, so send that to info@trade-ideas.com. Okay, if you can hear me. Somebody's asking for us. Yeah, so, well, okay, can you hear me? All right, guys, it's 11:34. Today is, wow, it's already Thursday, okay? So I think it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room. So I'm just going to confirm that. SPAC is kind of an IPO, yeah. It's the new way of IPOs. I don't know when they actually first started, but they certainly gained traction a couple of years ago. Many companies, instead of going the traditional IPO route, would so the SPAC is basically something created with some money in it, and they go look for a private company to buy. It's kind of the Coles Notes version. And I say they were the rage for a while, but not so much anymore. All right, guys, so I have not really talked too much about my homepage and all. Before I do take my break, which is going to be about 20 minutes, I will just go over a little bit. First, I should talk a little bit about the test drive that's coming up February 14th. Yeah, I would say that you probably have a better opportunity shorting at IB than TD, and that is what I certainly have heard. Not, I have never used TD, but most people in this room they've said that time and again. All right, so there is the test drive link. Okay, so if you click on the test drive link, so it starts on the 14th and runs to the 28th inclusive. Okay, so you'll get 10 trading days with trade ideas using the program. You have our premium service. The only thing you can't do is auto trade, okay? But it'll be just as if you were a premium subscriber. Costs you $11.11. If you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. Okay, that's what you're doing. You're pre-registering. No data until the 14th. So please don't harass our support people and say, hey, I just signed up. Where's my data? Okay? And so if you sign up, then you'll get the instructions and all. Sorry, I'm just distracted by something happening on my right-hand side, one of my other monitors. Okay, so, and one thing to note, when the test drive is over, it's over. And another thing, don't ask, well, what do I do when it's over? Do I have to unsubscribe? Are you going to put me into a subscription? No, 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 no. Okay? When the test drive is over, it's over. Okay, there's nothing for you to do. And of course, we'll have a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription, but you're not automatically put into a subscription. Yeah, you'll actually have, you won't have live data, but about an hour after the market closes on the Friday, you'll have access to the program. Of course, then you can play around with it over the weekend or for the balance of Friday. I'm just talking about the live data, of course, starts on Monday. But yes, about an hour after the market closes on the Monday before, which I guess is the 12th, you'll have access to the program. You can play around with it. Approximately an hour after, you'll be able to play around with the program, yes. And one last, before I do go. Okay, there is my homepage link. Homepage has a lot of information on it. Okay, click on the link. So I'm going to go over this quickly. You want to take out a subscription. Whoops, you want to take out a subscription right here, Barry for Alpha. 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Gives you an idea about how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual is, on a premium, is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. You can go month to month. You can apply that discount to the first month only. After that, this is what you'll pay. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. This is what it looks like. You basically just have this when you load Trade Ideas before 9:30. This will be blank, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. You'll have a suggested entry and a suggested stop, but how you trade them will be up to you. On my homepage, you can sign up for the Trade of the Week right here. That's free. The Stock of the Day video that I do at noon, free. And all the education is here. Okay, we have a big user guide. The introductory lessons, if you're new to Trade Ideas, I would absolutely take a look at this first. Daily support, this is what I'm talking about. Jamie will be in our YouTube room at noon when I take my break between 12 and 1. You'll be there. I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. And daily webinars. So there is not one today. Next week we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. And the following week it'll be Monday and Wednesday, though probably not, because that's when the test drive starts. So when we have our test drive, there are no webinars. And then back to basics. If you're new to trading, there's a great little series. It starts off with what is a stock, and that is free also. So the only thing that's not free on my homepage, obviously you have to be a subscriber. You want to take a look at the scans that I've created. Here they are. Okay, you have to be a subscriber, but here are the scans that you can have a look at. So save my link. Lots of information on my link or my homepage. Now you're working, you miserable. It's a CLVT. So the next webinar will be on next Tuesday. Well, again, it depends what you mean by, I mean, obviously people look at RSI. You know, you can start there. The question is, any way to build a oversold, overbought scanner? Okay, so, you know, if you think that something with a high RSI is overbought and it's moving up, then okay. If you think something with a low RSI is oversold, so I would start there. You know, just use one of our RSIs, right click, search, click on RSI. So we have the different time frames. I can't tell you, what time frame to use. And then, typically I would say anything over, 75 is what people will consider overbought, and say under 25 is oversold. I mean, that's typical. After that, maybe add a new high of the day alert. Put some other filters in, minimum volume, price ranges, and all that you want to see. But this is where you would start. Okay? Or can start. If you believe that a high RSI is overbought and a low RSI, which a lot of people believe. Now, it doesn't matter. I mean, a high RSI doesn't absolutely mean that a stock is going to, collapse. Nor does a low RSI mean a stock is going to bounce. But it's a start. Well, very, very glad, no matter what anybody says, glad I dumped my ZEV. I mean, had a few shares of it, so would not want to be holding it here. Well, again, you can try that running up. So in conjunction with the filter, the RSI filter, then you can also then try using the running up alert. Okay, So running up now, okay. So the stock is running up now, and so if you add the alert, and then you can say, how much do you want it to be running up now? 20 cents, 30 cents. Again, that's going to depend on the price range you're looking at. This is a question we had in our other room. Facebook running up 30 cents is probably not as big a deal as a $5 stock running up 30 cents. Okay? So it's experimentation. But you start off with the RSI that in theory will be overbought or oversold, depending on your time frame you're looking at, and then try this running up and put a dollar amount in here that it has to be running up a minimum of, and see what happens. I don't have anything that I can give to you. Well, that ticks me off. That this one, I had a few shares of this one, the CLVT. I don't know if I want to do it now, but okay. So that, are you good? Okay, great. Then it's just experimentation after that. You know, when you create a scan, I mean, there's no 100% that any scan is going to work exactly the way you want it to. So there's always some tinkering that takes place. And, you know, if it works for a few days, it doesn't mean it's going to keep working forever. You know, so there's always some tinkering that takes place. If you're getting too many alerts, tighten up your filters. Tightening them up, meaning, you know, if you had just for argument's sake, if you're using a relative volume filter and you have it at the value at 2 and you're getting too many alerts, bump it to 3, bump it to 4, bump it to 5. That's why I don't see very many alerts here, because I've got a very, you know, high relative volume has to be at least 8. So if you're not getting enough, in your opinion, then you start lowering the filter values. If you're getting too many, raise them. It is, you know, there's nothing that's going to work forever. Some days you'll get lots of alerts. Some days you might get not a lot of alerts. So, you know, there's always some tinkering that can take place. Let me take a look at the CLVT again. I mean, it's an all-time low. That's why I loved it, you know, but it did this little move up here and that got me out. See if it can kind of... Not as an alert, okay? You can have, you know, you can have running up, but not as an alert. You know, as Roberto is put or indicated a couple of times, I mean, you can have as a filter, you know, the change in 1 minute, 2 minute, 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, 120, okay? So you can say, you know, I want that thing to change whatever percent in 1 minute. But that's an alert. Sorry, that's a filter. After that, you're going to need a trigger of some sort, and that could be a new high or a new 5-minute high. You know, if you use 2 minute, maybe you want to, you know, a new 2-minute high. Or I'm sorry, a new high. Yeah. So a 5-minute high is the lowest time frame that you can go as far as an alert. So you can try that combination and see what happens. No, I did not take MP. That's the one I did not take. You know, the MTech, yes, it's inching up and up and up, but there's just no volume. There's no volume yet, guys. Look at the volume bars right here. Look, I mean, a little bit of volume, okay, a little glimmer here on the 2 minute, but nothing on the 5, nothing that's standing out. See if it is Jamie today. It is Jamie today, yes. Okay, unusual number of prints. Okay, you can try that too. Stocks that are moving higher. I don't use these. I bet they're there. So this is somebody else, another unusual number of prints ratio. So I mean these are, and if you're wondering what does it mean, just click on help. Okay, it'll tell you exactly what it means. Things like that, everything. You want to know what it's looking for, you can just click on the help. So again, you have something here, just right click, help, or click on the help there. And it'll tell you what it's looking for. Again, experimentation, experimentation. Well, that definitely worked. That hit piece worked for MP, no doubt about it. Well, I hope if you got into the ZEV, I hope you took some profits, guys, because I mean this is now a pretty decent sell-off right now. Maybe, but I mean, it's so small. But you're right. Maybe the SPY effect on it, but it's so small. It's not one of those ones that normally track the SPY. Had news on its own. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, excuse me. All right, guys, I'm back. Just waiting now for Jamie to show up. I'll put my announcement in. And I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. He's not there yet, but you can head over there when I'm on my break. There he is. Okay, Jamie, I'm just going to put a YouTube link in so they can head over there. They want to listen to you for your hour. Okay, Jamie, I'll stop streaming now. Have fun for your hour. You for your hour. Okay, Jamie, I'll stop streaming now. Have fun for your hour. You for your hour. Okay, Jamie, I'll stop streaming now. Have fun for your hour.
Okie dokie, I think I got it. Thank you, Barry. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the hour for live support. I'll be your host for the next hour or so. If someone could be so kind as just to let me know via the chat panel if you can see my desktop and hear me okay, that would be great. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you there, Bill. How you doing? Good to see you. Hello, Don. Thank you very much. Okay, so everybody has eyes on. Very good, very good. All right, well, was just checking out the hood chart as of earnings. We can see, we've got a new little widget here. Tell you what, forgot to get my Epic pen up, so let me get that real quick. Some new bells and whistles for those of you who might be running the latest beta that we put out just a few days ago. Notice the yellow bar in the chart marking the earnings, and that is where Hood capitulated below, slightly below 10 in post-market action that day, and has made a nice little bounce ever since, and is trying to establish a nice little base that we can see here. And notice what we have going on here with the 10 period. Maybe that was the bottom for Hood. We'll find out as this little consolidation does or does not continue, with the 10 period acting as support there for now. Hello, Deb. All right, so everybody remember this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session, so simply meaning if you have any questions, don't be shy. In the meantime, boy, we had a lot going on at the close yesterday. I think everybody knows what I'm talking about here. Facebook, big gap down, currently down 25%, as we can see here. A lot of the social media stocks, Snap, all these guys, Pins, getting nailed pretty good, which, talk about a catalyst that could be the beginning of a downward market. Maybe, maybe not. Still not looking too scary when we look at the SPY here. The bounce off the bottom, taking a little, fighting with this little area back in here. But it'll be interesting to see how we close today. If we can close above this area right here, well, then maybe we crank on up from there, or maybe we revisit this area here. Boy, the 10 period sure is beckoning there in combination with all of the tech stocks that have been reporting and experiencing these significant gap downs. Let's see here, Deb. Does a top list have to be active to run a stock race? Or can you create the stock race window and then close the top list? Well, I never really thought about it in those terms. But I tell you what, let's just do a little experiment here. Let me duplicate that top list. VMAC real quick here. Yeah. Had its day in the sun, but has already peeled back. Okay. So, to your point, Deb. So you're saying, can we go ahead and start the race? We'll just throw 10 cars in there. We'll do a 10-minute race. We'll just say change from close for both of these guys. And we'll start the race here. So we'll let it start, then I'll kill the top list. We'll see what happens. I never really thought to do that. Yeah, I can see that. I just don't think the top list, unless you've got 1,000 or more stocks being displayed and you got that slow refresh, I don't really know that that would save you a ton of resources. Now, it would be one less top list window open. Okay, so the race has started. Now, if I kill the top list, well, what do you know? The race continues. So I guess we just discovered that you can shut down the top list. It'll be interesting to see when this is done what happens. But there you have it. You can kill the original top list and the race will continue. Interesting. Yeah, here in Texas, it's been a little crazy. Not all of Texas, but where I am. We've got this strange white stuff falling out of the sky and getting all over the roads. Hopefully it's not going to keep us in the deep freeze for today, maybe tomorrow, and then it'll pass. We shall see. Yeah, the races are cool, Deb, and I'm still learning, trying to figure out interesting things to keep tabs on. One of the things that's pretty interesting as of late is if we just spawn a new docked channel bar and we just go to the race channel. By default, it's going to have a couple of races loaded up here. What's moving up, what's moving down, change from close to the upside, change from close to the downside. I've been getting in the habit of running these races, with the exception of this morning as I had power issues. But gives you a peek into the things that are really going to be in play for the day. So always a good couple of races to watch. You can pull up that dock window, and once that race is done, you can kill it to once again save resources after you see what might be some of the hotter stocks to pay attention to for that day. So it's been very helpful in helping me devise a, for lack of a better term, a watch list that's not generated until 10, 15, 30 minutes after the open. And I'm sure as we progress and all of you guys put your heads to the task, and as we continue to explore new types of races, we're going to get more and more value out of these windows as time progresses. Sort on gap percentage, ascending, and then looking for things going up. Yes. Yep. So in other words, things that gap up and continue to go up versus fold back over and try to fill a little bit of that gap. So we'll just stick this little guy down here in the corner, wait for him to finish. Now I had a couple of windows here. Yeah, there they are. These are some that I've just pulled up and I'm starting to watch. These are from the Market Explorer. So if you don't have one open, you just come over here and get a new Market Explorer open. But these are the bull flag and the bear flag windows. Things that are flagging on the daily. All right. So here I am just cycling through a few bull flag stocks. And over here we have the bear flags. Oh, okay. I had it backwards, Deb. Yeah. So, yeah. Gap reversals for gap fills or gap continuations. Races should be handy for identifying Both of those. And if we wanted to see all the ones, since this is changed from open, if we want to see all the nastiness, we would obviously have to show, well, I'll tell you what, they're all gaps, so let's just add a gap percentage, show the column. And we can see more of the carnage from the earnings plays. Of course, the bigger stocks aren't showing up because I've capped that max price. Q's really getting whopped because of all of the tech stocks. 3.1 versus 1.7. And IWM kind of the best loser today, only down 1.4. Interestingly enough, the RSP, which is the equally weighted S&P 500, is only down 0.8. Okay, the question is, when would you use something other than change percent from the close or open as the base in the race setup? Well, you've heard Andy talk about this many, many times, change from open versus change from close, because that shows the stocks that have actually changed a lot from the open, and it wasn't all a gap. VMAC is a perfect example, not the most liquid stock today. And little guy's cranked out 350,000 shares. Big relative volume, big volume on the smaller time frames. But you had the opportunity, if your eyes were on this, to participate in this move. Well, when it's a gap, you don't really have the opportunity unless you're already in it and got lucky with the direction of the gap. So, that's a good question, Deb. It really just depends on the type of setup that you're looking for, right? So something other than change percent from the close or open, well, the potential there is any of the other filters, right? Some things that I've been thinking about but have yet to actually put to the test is, for example, we could take, and I'm just going to go into the filter list here, but volume in the smaller time frames could be very interesting. Okay, so if we say, okay, volume in the 5-minute period, and start conducting races right on the open for whatever time period you want to track it for, 5, 10, 15 minutes, and then look for the accelerated volume on those lower time frames. That's probably going to be my next little experimental build, and start watching those races. So I tell you what, let's just pick something simple. And of course, we're not going to get the oomph that we would have on the open or the first 15 minutes. Clearly, doing some pretty decent 5-minute volume, keeping in mind that 100 is normal. So we could always run a race and use the 5-minute volume acceleration as a metric. So let's just do a little experiment here. This will be, since it's 5 minutes, I'll wait to the start of the next 5-minute candle, which will be approximately 3.5 minutes from now. And then we'll start this race. I'll start at about 30 seconds because it's going to give me that 30-second countdown. So we'll wait until 11:14 and 30 seconds, and we'll just see what this little guy comes up with. All right, don't want to miss that window. AI is pretty sleepy today. Had a heck of a run, slowing down over the past 2 or 3 sessions, but that is no surprise. Down here, the back testing, the optimization was a little bit easier for a statistical system, right? It didn't do too bad in the downturn as well. And it did pretty well in this little established base down here, but it's had a little bit of difficulty adjusting for the upside there. Alright, don't want to lose track of the time here. Okay, in the meantime, our positive change from open, race finished, caper, fun time's already over, just flattening out a little bit here, but you never know. Just by scrolling through the top 3, 4, depending on how many cars you have in your race, you might notice some interesting setups. Alright, about a minute before we start this other race here. One minute. DWAC. Boy, this thing has held up nicely considering market conditions. After we got that almost a little doji there, wicking through the 20 period. Acted as the guiding hand here and now has reclaimed the 10 period. Looking pretty tight for old DWAC. Alright, 30 seconds and then we'll kick this other race off here. That last one, Deb, that was just change from the open. Which, you know, for that type of race, you probably want to monitor those metrics in the first 5, 10, 15 minutes to see what really, you know, to get an edge on what might be working. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start this race. So it should start right as the next 5-minute candle is closing and the new one is opening. And this one is just going to be, wait. Okay, it says posi change from open, but we're really using volume on the 5-minute. I just, you know, I didn't change the title. So volume in the 5-minute period, this race is going to show us what's got the most oomph. RDW taking a quick lead. Why is that? Because of what's happening right here. Big volume considering 100 is normal and we're looking at 1.5K, 1500. So in essence, 15 times normal 5-minute volume in the RDW. Oh man. You know what? I left the race at 1 minute. I thought I changed it to 10. Crikey. Okay. Well, tell you what. Let's just duplicate and we'll rerun the race for 5 minutes. Since we're looking at a 5-minute candle, that's what I thought I was doing the first time. We'll see if the usual suspects show up here. So in a 1-minute race, obviously RDW was the winner. This little guy's been in play today as well. Relative volume of 44. Same thing on the 5-minute volume, 30 times normal. Of course, this isn't going to be as perfect as I wanted to because I wanted to measure get as close to as I could to measuring a 5-minute candle, but oh well. You'll notice we've got the same suspects over here, with the exception of DWAC. Yeah, volume waning a little bit in the 5-minute. Interesting. Alright, so we'll let those guys do their thing. And really slow action from the AI today. A little IPO action today, or in the seg. Yep. Previous day's rippers is what these windows are looking at. The stocks that had big moves yesterday. A lot of the times the IPOs are going to show up because they'll have, candles like this. 56 as a low, 49 as a high. What did that thing open at? 49.80. So right about 50 bucks. First day of trading was yesterday. And plenty of these things coming through to the downside. Yeah, Deb, the auto rerun is a cool feature. I would just caution anybody, if you have that option checked, make sure you're paying attention when the race finishes, or boom, it'll flash and go pretty quick. I think we've already got something in there that'll allow you to go back and see. It looks like now we're keeping all the cars, whereas in the past they would all disappear. It would just show the winner. So this is a good, definitely good that it's not blanking them out. Of course, I didn't have this one on auto rerun. So if we do a 1 minute race here, you'll see what I'm talking about. Awesome. Yeah, what symbol was it, Deb? All right, about a minute and 45 left on this one, and we'll just see what this one does when it auto restarts. All right. You talking about the pre-market high? If so, I mean, it's not the prettiest pre-market action, but you still got something to market to nonetheless. Okay, notice how this one restarted and it put the winner, and I'm assuming second place up there. So just keep that in mind. Okay, good idea there, Deb. But in the end, what you're telling me is you got a nice little piece of this move here, I hope. $20. Okay, looks like as far as things motoring with the highest 5-minute volume, we've got SENS, and boy, what a beautiful setup here. This looks like something off of the pre-market rippers that would come out. Notice that pre-market range there. And of course, this is the first candle. And then in the next candle, we break that area right here. These are beautiful entries with, obvious risk levels. Nice entry here. Risk is at the bottom of the pre-market range. Helps take the guesswork out of making some of these trades on the open. So entry right about 280. Stop loss was just below 270, we could say. So you risk a dime on this little guy right here. 280 all the way up to 315. 35 cents on the table on a $2.80 stock. Not too shabby. Okay, this race has completed. SENS is the winner because it had the biggest surge in 5-minute volume during that race. And of course, it's never a bad idea just to go through, because the stocks, or the cars, I should say, the stock cars, no pun intended, would not be on here if they weren't already ranking high on the 5-minute volume as well. Actually kind of looks like a good little bounce point for Hood here. AMR, not looking too bad. Okay. Alta Mesa Resources, no big surprise to see a stock of that nature in that sector popping all-time highs. Kind of flagging here on the intraday, so might be hestus to set a price alert up here or put this one on the watch list for the next session. Obviously remaining strong in this market. So just because some of these stocks did not win the race, it just generates a nice little list, and you might notice something decent on whatever time frame that you like to look at. Look at this little wedge that VMAC is going into here. Of course, it's acquisition company. Hey Iris, welcome. Having some technical difficulties, maybe? Or if you're like me, external difficulties, like making sure you have enough food and water to get through the next 2 days without having to leave the house. All right, Deb, reading your question about low price stocks. How do you size the trades on El Cheapo stocks? Yeah, spreads are always a downer, and that's just part of the game. There's really no way around it, other than watching last print and trying to get in there and get a piece. But of course, if it's a fast moving stock, you don't have near as much time to make a timely entry. But as far as sizing your smaller dollar stocks, Deb, that part of your trading plan, that rule applies to large cap stocks as well as smaller stocks, especially if you're doing a dollar amount, all right? It just makes more sense to me to do the same dollar amount because whatever type of move you get, you're going to get that return on that little lump of capital. So, if you're doing $3,000 a trade, then just stick with $3,000 a trade. You're going to be in more shares, but, relative to the stock price, the move should be, in tandem, right? You're just going to have more shares. Hey, Zeno. We'll just call you Zeno. Zeno, I am in small town Texas, where, up until a few days ago, it was like 70 degrees. But then we had the Arctic blast come through here. And where I am, getting hit pretty hard. I think it's, let's see what the temp is right now. We've got a balmy 17 degrees working right now with about 3-4 inches of snow. And for those of you that reside in geographic regions where snow is normal, you're like, hey, what's the big deal? It's just towns like this aren't built for it, so when it happens, everything kind of shuts down, right? So, Deb, hopefully that makes sense. I mean, there's no magic bullet there. It's just keeping the same dollar amount per trade. No, not yet, Mike. Okay, Iris is asking, can you create a race with W Day among others? Oops. See, my fingers are frozen. They don't even want to work right now. Okay, so, well, the thing, Iris, is the stock races are meant to show you stocks that are doing certain things that you dictate through your filter complement, right? That kind of reminds me of when people say, can you get the AI to analyze this stock? It's kind of backwards, right? The AI is only producing something because the filter and the alert have been met, and then the stock is triggered, right? So we could attempt to create a race that had the same characteristics as WDAY, but that kind of seems like inverting things, right? You could take some broad strokes and go, okay, only stocks between 200 and 250 if you wanted to try to segregate it by price, right? So do you see what I'm getting at there? We want the race based on the filter to show us the stocks that are exhibiting the biggest numerals or metrics, or the smallest ones if we're going the other way, for a specific filter, right? So there's not really a magic way to go, okay, I want to create a race that's going to grab all stocks like WDAY. You would just have to pick out some of the filter characteristics that WDAY has if you wanted to go down that route. Is there a way to give a stock car race a title? Well, Deb, are you talking about right up here? Because whatever you name your top list, it's going to show up in the race title, right? Posi change from open because of the top list that we selected. To your point there, Iris, is it more efficient to insert change from close or open? Well, I won't necessarily say that one's more efficient. It's what do you want to see, right? Because, for example, Facebook, yeah, it's down largely, okay, but that's because of the gap. Unless you were short Facebook at the close yesterday or sometime during yesterday, you didn't get to participate in this gap. Now, you might have been able to get a little bit of downside action here if you aggressively shorted on the open. Same token, you might have been able to buy a little bit and get a little push there. But, since gap is only showing us change from close to next open, you don't get to participate in all this unless you are already short. And, of course, that comes with large risks as well, right? Whereas if we use change from the open, it's not going to be showing us all these big gaps. It's going to be showing us things that are actually motoring to the upside or the downside since the open. Therefore, if the move is sustained, then you theoretically, if you get in at the right time, have the chance to participate in that action, right? So it's not really a question of which one is more efficient because they're both showing you, gap showing you what it should, change from open is showing you what it should. They're just doing their jobs. It really just depends on what you want to see there. And that kind of parlays into what I'm doing with my symbol harvesting to create end of day scans for these two guys to look at today or each and every day by looking at things that are up the most from the open because they're in play today. All right, and if a stock is on fire today, chances are it's not just going to be dead on the morrow. This VMAC is a perfect example. Of course, that's the weekly. Let's go back to the daily. You could say it started getting a little active here, but boom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 days, it was just crazy. Took a little breather here, but now it's back in play, engulfing all of those daily candles. So it's just the simple kind of theme of where there's smoke, there's fire, right? And of course, if you're harvesting these symbols each and every day, you know that you're going to have a finite number of stocks. Matter of fact, today, versus trying to watch my turbo breaks up and down where we might have hundreds of stocks coming through, you'll notice I've got 34 from the long side, things that went up the most yesterday, and 34 from the ones that changed the most from the close today. So I've got a very limited universe of 68 stocks that are going to be potentially pumping through these two windows here versus gazillions, of course, I'm kidding. But way too many to effectively manage coming through these. Now, that's not to say that I don't still find decent setups with these windows, but I've been paying a lot more attention to these guys, a lot less symbols coming through, a total universe of only 68 stocks versus, we're looking at the entire markets over here in these two windows. So just a more efficient way to order, or excuse me, to manage the universe of stocks that I'm trying to keep tabs on. All right, just reading your other questions there, Deb. Earnings now. Yeah, I'm not really sure about that because, Posy changed from open. He might have had some races going where you couldn't necessarily see the top list that generated it, perhaps. Because notice, Posy changed from open, that automatically, boom, pops it right up in there. We don't really have any other fields in here to change the name. Yeah, it's warmer in it's warmer in Canada, in Nova Scotia, than it is right now in Tejas. This little guy is hanging out in space here, getting a little snub from the 20 period. And volume, surprisingly, is pretty lackluster on these smaller time frames right here. Market's taking a little breather. Question is, will we go bump our heads against here, or are we going to come back down here and test the 10? Pardon me while I just check on a few things here, ladies and gents. Even these windows are surprisingly slow today. Now, for those of you who do have the new beta version, select chart style. There we go. That's where we moved all the chart stuff into. So notice that you can now select your chart style, how you want it to be colored, one line. Do you want your candles closed or colored by open versus closed? And here's where we can set up all the other stuff. Up candle, down candle. How do you want your candles to be outlined? Background color we've consolidated in here. Do you want a gradient? As you can see, I'm using the kind of the off-white gray gradient. Suits my eyes. Amazon. Yep. Time for earnings. Well, Amazon might be in line. If I had to take a guess, social media is one thing, but everybody uses Amazon to get physical goods delivered. Of course, they have all their other stuff, video and all that good stuff. But physical delivery is a very different animal. But it will be interesting. And I'm assuming they're going to release right at the close, so I'll definitely be watching them on the post. Yeah, it helps you not forget which is making me wonder. We've got the highlighted little box up here, and I guess the pillar only comes after the fact. Ah, snap. Okay, never mind. I thought for a moment they had already reported. See, they they took the ride down yesterday. And so I was like, Snap had earnings too, but I was mistaken. Today, post-market, oof, boy, it could get a lot nastier for Snap, or we could see some recovery. But it appears that this is after the fact now on the yellow column, since Facebook reported yesterday. And then we have Amazon today. No column on today's candle, but we've got the yellow earnings up top. So yep, the mighty Amazon reporting. Yeah, so all these 25s obviously had before. But what I want here, I want my 0.75s. Well, didn't work like I thought. There we go. NWSA, NOV, oh, pins as well. Boy, okay. There we go. Big gap down on pins due to other people earnings. So pins and Snap kind of in the same boat here. Could get a lot nastier. Yeah. So as I said earlier, you never know what form the catalyst is going to come in. It's like Ghostbusters. Choose the form of the Destructor. Of course, that was the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. But you never know. Earnings could be the catalyst here for a change in market sentiment. Not saying that's going to happen, just saying it is a possibility. Yep, you're right, Deb. Deb was pointing out that the Qs one day above that 200-day, and now here we are with bad earnings from a couple of the Titans, or what the market perceives as bad earnings, and a lot of things gapping down in sentiment that are going to be reporting today. So it's going to be interesting to say the least. I guess that's why the market's so sleepy right now, because it knows what's a-coming at the close today. Let's see here. OTEX. Let me see what kind of... We don't really care about relative volume. Don't really care. Just want to see what the earnings. All right. Lots of things reporting today at the close. Do 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 do. Huh, interesting. Kind of reminds me of the short float thing. You really wouldn't think to see anything over 100%, but obviously BRBR 110% held by institutions. Probably just a glitch somewhere. Yep, and therein lies the mystery. Good is perceived as bad via the market and vice versa sometimes. Sometimes it's right on, sometimes it's in line, but sometimes what is perceived as good, the market reacts poorly to, and vice versa. Just kind of scrolling through some of these. They're reporting today. Fitch, not too bad of a little play there. Threw a little bit of a wiggle. Yeah, see, that would have been a great short, but it would have just barely stung you and then reversed immediately. We'll stop that area right there. All right, you guys are pretty quiet today. I'm just going to scroll some charts here, but if you have a question, by all means, get it out there. Dash. Not bad pre-market action. Of course, the big green bar there kind of throws everything out of whack. Hey, Armin. Welcome. How do I set up biggest gainers and losers columns? Okay. Well, if you've got an existing top list, we'll just use this one as an example. Now, when you're talking about biggest gainers and losers, the two things that most people want to see are change from close, see what's up the most from the prior close, also change from open, okay, which isn't taking into account a gap, but simply a move once the market opens, okay. So I've already got change from open displayed here, but first let me remove this 5-minute column, which is also going to be handy for you because if you want to remove a column, once we right click and hit configure, we just go over to the columns tab. So these are the columns that I'm currently displaying, but if I want to get rid of one, I simply highlight it and push it back over here. Now you're going to see that column disappear. Now I want to add change from close or gap, as we could say. We have both of those. So if I just type in change, close, you're going to see I can install change from close. I highlight it and I say show column. And then maybe I also want to see gap as well. And I'll explain the difference between gap and change from prior close in a second. So gap, show that column. Okay, so now we can see all three of these things. We can see what's moved up the most from the open, what's moved up the most from the close, and gap. Okay, so especially when you're new, you might get change from close and gap confused. But if I resorted the list for the biggest gap, and let's look at MOD as the example. Okay, so MOD closed down here yesterday's session and apparently opened somewhere in this candle right at 10 bucks. If we look at the open of that candle, it closed here. Oops, I moved my chart down there. Hold on. But anyway, a little compression there. Okay, so MOD closed here, opened up here. So this is what's known as the gap. It's simply marking the change from prior close and where it opened here, and then it's not going to change. Gap is always going to remain the same, simply showing you it closed here and it opened here, therefore a gap of 9.4%. But notice change from close will continue to move. Okay, it's not a static metric. So from the point that the stock closed here and to where it is currently over here is currently up 14.9% from this prior close. So from here to here, we're looking at 14.9, and as the stock either goes up or down, this metric will continue to adjust. Now if we look at change from open, which is right here, it's up 5%. Since it opened here and it's currently here, it's up 5%, and as the stock fluxes, it will continue to change. So change from open, change from close will continue to move as the stock fluxes, but the gap is always going to be static. Once the gap is set, marking the change from prior close to next open, then that's it. So Armin, let me know if that did the trick for you, because then you just pick which columns, change from close, change from open. Maybe you want all three like I have here, but that's the way we would set up those columns on a top list for you to monitor change from open. Now, real quick here, this is also a perfect time to show you another way to do that. If I come over here and spawn a new docked channel bar, a lot of people, and one of our most popular channels is the pre-market channel. And of course we got a couple of races queued up for you as well, but the up gappers right here, up gappers and down gappers, if you don't want to rebuild the gap list, or maybe you want to take gappers and simply add change from open and change from close columns to these guys here, that's another great way to use these windows. Keep in mind you can always pop these out. You can duplicate these into free floating windows and then save them to your cloud and then make them part of your default layout. That's an easy way to do it. Okay, good. Yeah. Practice makes perfect. Give me 1 second here, guys. I have to check on something real quick. Okay, sorry about that. Hi, Pam. How would you add the change to the up gappers? Yeah, I shouldn't have killed that window so quickly. So let me do this. Dock channel bar. Come back over here to the pre-market channel. Okay, so let's say I want to capture up cappers here, and I want to take that and I want to pop it out into a free floating window. Now it's free floating. Now I can kill this docked channel. All right. And so the question was, how would you add the change to the up gappers? Okay. So this is showing me gap. If I wanted to add change from the open, simply give it the old right click, configure, pop over here to the search tab, and just find your filter. Change from open %. All I have to do is click on it and then hit this little button right down here, show the column. Notice it's now present over here when I click OK and then OK. Then now I can say OK. I can see TLMD gapped a massive amount. And assuming that candle is real, what do we have? 646,000 shares traded in the pre-market. Wow, and then it just flatlined out. But it gapped up triple, over 300%. But look at the change from the open, right? It's flat, right? So you could always just double click the column header to see the things that have changed the most since the open, right? And we can see DXC, it did gap up 5.4%, but since it opened, it's run 7.7%. So the change from the open had more opportunity than the, getting lucky and being in it long and gapping up 5%, then it runs another 7%. Thus, we can see the overall value up just shy of 14%. So who asked that question? So Pam, let me know if that worked for you. Right, Armin, and to your comment there about being more interested in the momentum, not the gappers, that's why a lot of us like to watch change from open. And that doesn't necessarily mean that just because a stock gapped, it doesn't have more oomph in it. The DXC is a perfect example. Even though it gapped 5.4%, it still had enough oomph in it to run almost 8% from the open. All right, good deal, Pamela. All right, it's about 5 to the top of the hour here, and I think Barry was going to take it from me at 5 till, because I have to roll right into another meeting here at the top of the hour. So let me just touch base with him. My pleasure, Armin. Let's see, Gilbert. TA or M window used specifically for long-term trading. Also, can we put open cost, 52-week high and low, into, you're talking about the single stock window here? You're welcome, Deb. So Gilbert, if you're talking about the single stock window, right, any filter that's currently available, you can insert into the single stock window, okay? So, for 52-week high, you just want to find that filter. Well, that'd be a yearly high, actually. Position in year range. It's just like the top list. So whenever you add something here, you're going to see it show up here. Now, if you only wanted 52-week highs, you'd have to put 100 in the min thing there. Okay, Barry's telling me he's back in. It's been a pleasure, guys. Thanks for listening to me. Hope you guys learned something. Got to roll to another meeting now, so hope everybody has a great rest of the day and a nice Green Friday for tomorrow. We'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
Just talking with the stuff that I have been following. And I don't care, the market's going down, that's fine. But even then, it's not like, oh, just pile into every short you see. I'm sort of looking at this SST and the big pullback all the way from 1343 all the way down to 1086. And now, but no volume, need some volume. Remember the MTech? I think I was looking at that just before I left. The MTech, a little bit of volume here, I'll give you that. A little bit of volume here, but it just didn't want to keep moving. So I looked at this and I thought, you know what, I'm going to wait and wait. I'm glad I did. I mean, you see, with these small ones, you've got to take a few shares if you want to make any money, right? But you can get, you have a tight stop, you're going to get stopped out all the time. So unless it's trending nicely for you, you can get just whipped out over and over and over again. So days like today, trying to be just really highly, highly selective right now. I'm not going to, definitely not going to force the issue. I mean, even the CLVT, I had a few shares of this one. I'll fully admit that. I know we don't talk about share size and all that. I love this one, CLVT. It had so many things, for me, it had so many things going for it. Underneath what I call a major psychological number, 15, was an all-time low. So, hit into the scan. But even that, even though the market was really, weak, it just didn't want to keep moving down. It had to have that little jog up to 15, 18, and I don't know what it's going to do now. And I'm just looking at some of the things I have thumbnailed, and it's just very messy. So on days like today, best just either don't trade or you just have to wait for all your setups could look really good. What I would be doing probably is taking fewer shares with a wider stop. You can keep your risk the same, but just take fewer shares with a wider stop. Otherwise, you can get just chopped out all day long. Is there a way to pick and add stocks to a personal watch list? Yes, so this is a quick way. So Lissy, can you see me? Not see me, can you see my screen? Okay, so assuming you've created the watch list, have you created a watch list? Okay, so let's just say I wanted to add SST, all right? Right click, send SST to symbol lists. And when you do this, a big symbol list, your symbol list will pop up here, okay? If you haven't created very many, you'll see it immediately. Just click on it, click on the one you want it to go to, and it's in. Okay? Did that make sense? Yeah, so about an hour after the market closes on Friday, Sarah, you'll be able to. Okay? Then you'll have the rest of Friday plus Saturday and Sunday. And my option scanner that I was in love with months ago and for a while, it's not really producing right now. So, it happens. Just because something keeps producing and producing for several months, whatever changes in the market, it's just not giving us the same, certainly on the upside. So what I've brought back, I haven't used it for a while. I brought back my gap continuation or reverse. It's one of the ones I'm sharing. I haven't used it for a while. I want to see what sort of results we get for this. Well, Bob, he can't hear me. You can't search on a word. I can tell you that. You cannot search on a word in a custom formula, put a word in there. I mean, is it possible to do it if somebody created for you at Trade Ideas? Nobody's going to do it though. I do see RDW. 635. Yeah, I mean, but 635. I mean, it's 638 now. I'm just not seeing any of these dynamic moves. Well, again, it's my filters, right? Cool, Vicky. Yeah, I mean, I got it at 9:53. Understanding, I have a what, a 15-minute delay? I can't remember what my delay is on purpose. So I have a 10-minute delay, number one. And I have a relative, let's take a look at, okay, the relative volume probably was good. Contracts were good. Okay, so what happened in the first 10 minutes, you see it did this. So I wouldn't see this until here. Again, until it took out that high of 635, until it hit the 635 mark. And Facebook, I'm sure a lot of people thought, okay, I guess we found a bottom, right? We found a bottom here at what? 237. We found a bottom. Nice little move up to, was that $10? Yeah, nice $10 move up. That must be the bottom, right? And even a rest here looked good, right? Now look. Testing that low of the day again. I have to admit, guys, I like the new beep. Remember the old beep from with Windows 10 and before? The Windows 11 now has that beautiful little melodic sound. So I've chosen for the continuation or reverse. What have I chosen? Actions, set up the sound. The beep, which used to be that annoying beep, now it's that melodic sound. It's rather soothing. Well, you can take a look at Zach's, number one, his topping tails. Okay, I'll give you that one. Not too many alerts today. So that's one. Okay, now you can also look at my, first of all, can you hear me? Make sure you can hear me. Okay, so you can also take a look at, from my home page, click on my home page link. I hope you see the tab right there. When you do, here's my home page. Here are my scans. One of the scans I have is called Bouncers Toppers, okay? And it's a multi-strategy window, just two strategies in there. One's for bounces. If you get one, you'll see it in green, and then the toppers, which is maybe what you're looking for, should be like an orange, okay? When you see the alert. So you can try this one also. Oh, I don't know about the king, but I do have some scans I can share. So we'll leave it like that. So I think I'll start watching my gap continuation and reverse scan again. This is a multi-strategy window. Let me explain what it's looking for. There are four strategies in here, okay? Four strategies. Gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go, okay? So there are four of them in here. So gap up and go, what that would mean is that the stock gapped up and it kept going higher. Does that mean it's going to keep going higher for the rest of the day? Of course not. But that's with the filters in place, so gap up and go. Gap down and reverse means it gapped down and now it's reversing. Gap up and reverse means it gapped up and now it's reversing. And then gap down and go meant it gapped down and it kept going down. Okay, so that's what these are. That's what these are. $901. I will give you my homepage link, and you can. And then just go to the scan section. You'll see all the scans, okay? No idea, TRD. I honestly, I shouldn't say I don't care, but being an intraday trader mainly, whatever happens, happens. I just try to take advantage of it intraday. The question was what happens to the stock market once the Feds raise the interest rates to tackle inflation problem? I don't know. You can go to 10 different websites. You might get 10 different opinions. So I just sort of, unless it happened while I was in a trade, they make some announcement while I'm in the trade, which rarely happens, then, most of these things happen overnight or in the pre-market. Well, there's your little bounce now for, I see. So they're kind of, this is the news. So it's not as bad as it seemed for MP, company defending. Yeah, look at AMC. AMC, new low of the day. You're absolutely right. Looking left on that daily chart, you see the next low is 1340. So, this still has room. At the beginning of the day, this first hour and a half or so, very choppy. Relatively orderly now on the way down. Relatively. Yeah, big area for it to take out now, obviously, is that 33 if it can. A lot of looks like a lot of resistance right around there. Takes that out. And we're talking about the MP. Snap just made a new low here, guys. Snap underneath 25 now. Snap releases after hours. Who thinks who thinks this is going to lift the stock? I'm rhetorical. I mean, I don't. But they release after hours. And with what's happened to the rest of the social media platforms, I would not hold my breath. Again, I'm not going to take this as a short and hope that they have horrible earnings and the market reacts. A lot of it might already be built in. You know, I mean, with this already huge gap down. Especially if Facebook keeps giving it up. Yeah, that's something I don't do that, Sarah, so I'm not sure. I have IB, but I don't hold shorts multi-day, so I really don't know. Hey, Jamie. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you're still in the room or you just logged out, but I have to agree. I have a new build, guys. I have a new build, and I'm just noticing, you know, it's been a complaint. The charts are definitely faster now. Definitely faster now. This is a new build, the development version build I'm on. I'm going to have to. I have no idea, guys, and I'm not trying to be mean. Somebody's asked me a question. Do I think the SPY will break up or down? I have no idea. Okay, I don't. You know, whatever happens is going to happen. I have no idea. Again, I'm not trying to be mean. Okay, I just have no idea. Right now, it's just, you know, we had that little base here. It dropped a little bit of a base, little bit of a base. It's just sort of, you know, meandering down now. You know. Well, Debbie. Yeah, I mean, look. You know, I'm one of the. Believe me, I'm a complainer to our dev guys all the time about the charts. But this new dev build that I'm on is not available yet. It should be available soon, though, I would think. I didn't even realize it. Now, Jamie had to point it out, said that the charts are a lot snappier. And, you know, see, look at that. That to me is like it used to be. And you click on the alert and it loads. I mean, is there still maybe a half a second delay? Fine, but it's not certainly not 2 seconds. So it's not a beta, it's a development version, Debbie. It's called, I think it's 0.61. So even sometimes the beta could have the same version as or look like the same version, but I'm always on what's called a development version. So this is 0.61, but in my opinion, they should release it because there's no question that the charts are better. I mean, that's fine. I'm clicking on, you can't see what I'm clicking on, but that's fine. I know. I'm on a development version 0.61. It's not available to you guys yet. I know that. I know you guys are on 0.60. Oh yeah, it's almost like it used to be. In fact, it might be like it used to be. All right, guys. So Snap. Remember, I was just saying about Snap. It had dropped down, starting to pop just a little bit here. It'll be really interesting to see what happens after hours with this earnings play. I mean, has most of it already been built in? There's another disappointment for me, the SLI. Today was full of disappointments. It happens. All right, guys, I'm getting no new alerts. What did RFP do? See, even RFP, I mean, it's just stuck. Just absolutely stuck. It's on the 10-day daily breakdown. Look, it just doesn't want to move. Airbnb. Oh, yeah. Well, I have my marketing meeting at 2. I'm certainly going to just tell. Usually the developers are not in that, but I know they've been working hard, really, really hard on the charts, guys. I know it. It's been a bit of a perplexing issue, but I can see that there's absolutely been an improvement and more to come. So, good news. Wow, what a great trade for you guys. You know, I missed it. Good trade for you guys on that rebound on the company coming out, kind of, well, not kind of, but depend. There it is. Yeah, there it is at 13.13. I can see this, probably you saw this earlier, but boom. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Ah. No, there isn't. No, unfortunately, Cherry, there is not. Now, if you want to create your own, because the sound alerts come from a folder, okay? Oops. So if I right click and click on properties and then actions, so the setup sound. So there is only one text to speech, okay? So there's not like several with different voices. But if you click on the use custom sound and select, okay? If you, and I'm assuming you can do this, if you put a folder into this, you know, the Trade Ideas Development 60, like, I'm not sure where yours is, but you have to find the sounds folder for Trade Ideas, and then you can put it in here. And then you can add your own sounds, okay? So for instance, you know, here, I mean, here are the sounds here, but you could add your own sound. So you want to, you know, record your own voice and other people's voices with a very quick, you don't want to have a long file, of course. So you could do something like that. But right here, no, there's only one text to speech. Does that make sense? But you'd have to, again, create your own and put it into the sounds folder so it's something that you can pick from. Oh, okay. I think I misunderstood what you meant. Okay, so only once, and I'll get to you, Eric. So maybe I'm not understanding your question. I mean, obviously, I've got a sound alert here, so it's attached to this window. That's it. So when I hear that sound alert, I know which window to look at. Yes, so I think now I understand what you mean. Okay, see, I rarely have two alerts in an alert window. Okay, my alerts are always new highs, new lows. So in other words, I don't have, and also tell me when it's a new 5 minute high. I think I understand now. So if you had two alerts, you know, a running up, new high, yeah, no, there's no way to differentiate it, whether it's a running up. Now, I mean, obviously you can put the descriptor in here, but other than that, no. Okay, so Eric, you'd have to give me your cloud link, and I don't think you can do it here. You'd have to come to the other room. You can't paste anything into our YouTube room. So you'd have to give me your cloud link so I could take a look at it. All right. So if you want to come to the other room, to the main room, as I call it, I'll give you the link. Ooh, I can't tell. Not able to post anything. Okay, just give me a moment, please. Just give me a moment, please, guys. I had a problem. I wasn't able to post in our YouTube room, so All right, there I am. Okay, there I am. So the only other thing you can do, Cherry, is to put, but it's going to take up some space. Is to put, like I never do because I always know this is a new high, but you could, in the columns, the description of the alert. That's the only thing you could do. So when you do get the alert, you'll see what it was, or the type. Actually, type would work. Okay. So when you get the alert, you know what type of alert was. So if you had a 5-minute high as an alert or a new high, you would see the icon, if that makes sense. That's the only thing you can do. Again, I don't because there's no reason for it. I know this is a new high for the day. So Eric, yeah. So here is the room. Unfortunately you cannot give me your link. So you'd have to go to the main room, and then you'd have to give me your cloud link so I could look at it. It's impossible for me, when I get a question like, how come, what was the question? Can you help me figure out why my alerts list is not returning my expected results? I'd have to see, what it looks like. Maybe there's some filters blocking that you're not aware of. Okay, let me take a look at it. It's, let me see, it's just an alert window? Okay, good. Let's see if we can figure out why. Okay, get rid of the heartbeat, number one. Okay, heartbeat is useless. Now, okay, so sometimes, okay, you've got the 5, and I can't tell you for sure, but sometimes if you're looking for a fast moving stock that's really just fast moving today and it hasn't really done much over the last little while, you put a daily volume of at least 1.5 million shares per day, that could block it. I mean, I can't tell you if that's the reason. Okay, but that is typical. If you're looking for, I would take this out. I mean, anyway, I would put maybe a minimum volume in, but I would take that out if you're looking for stocks that are moving really fast today. Okay, that's number one. I can't tell you if that's the reason. For instance, so Q cup, whoops. All right. Well, first of all, I don't use that stocks like this. I'm going to give you something, Cherry, that I think you'll like a lot better. But let's take a look at QCOM. Time is it? Okay. So this is what I call the stocks like this template. Okay, this is better than the show me stocks like this, okay? The reason being is that you can put as many, first of all, you can manage all the columns that you want up here, number one, okay? The other thing though is the stocks like this, it's at like every 5 minutes. This is immediate, okay? It's like every minute, every 30 seconds, whatever. So let's just try with the QCOM. And was it running up or running down, Eric? And I'll add that filter in. 2% in 5 minutes. Let's put, do I have the change? In 5 minutes. See, I can change. Okay, so I'm going to add that column. Oh, there we go. Change. Oh, there's the change in 5 minutes. So I do have that column already. So you can add as many columns as you want. But what I'll do is I'll add the daily volume, 5-day daily volume as another column. Okay. I'm going to show the column. Oh, maybe it was already there. Here we go. Average daily volume. Okay, so there it is. Now, so if I now do, and what is the trigger? Running up? Is it? But was it running up or running down? I just need to know what alert you're using, because you've got several alerts in here. Maybe I can just look at QCOM. Give me a moment. So I'm assuming it was running up at 12:45. Okay, running up now. Okay, so let's just take a look. Oh, there's Redbox again, guys. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. Configure. It's a great way, guys, to check to see, you know, what filters, what was happening at the time of the alert. So running up now is what I want. Running up now. Okay. And then I symbol this, single symbol, and I'm going to type in QCOM. Okay. Now it's going to, I'm going to do a history today. Okay, so at 12:45, okay, so obviously the average 5-day volume was fine. Okay, so I'm looking right here, the change in 5 minutes percent, and you're looking for it to be up at least 2% at that point. I don't see that I see it here, 2.4 at 9:37. Okay, but I don't see that QCOM. It was 3 here, but that was at 9:42. You see what I'm saying? It looks like that's the filter that blocked it, the 5-minute percent. If I take that out, but this is telling me, you know, what you're looking at 2% in the last 5 minutes, okay? Change, and I've got the change here. Now, no, not at 12:45. No, the last one was at 10:29, running up. But even then, so for instance, if I do this, I'll just put 2 here. Do they? See, at no point, I'm using 2 as a base. At no point after 9:37, according to ours, was it more than 2%, and the running up. Now, I mean, that's all I can tell you. This is good though. I mean, I'll give you this. Okay, I can pop this in. This is a great way to check to see, well, what the heck is happening? Okay, so there it is. Well, if I make it 1%, still. I can only tell you what our servers are saying, okay? Now let's take it out completely. Well, it was out completely, you saw before, and yeah, you had the running up filter was working, but or the running up alert was giving you something, but it wasn't showing that 1245. Also, so it had to be running up $1. Also, it had to be running up $1. So I mean, I don't know if it ran up $1. All I can do, Eric, though, that I mean, I personally can't do anything more. Okay. You know, all I can do is show you what the filters we're looking at, and it just wasn't. Okay, yeah, I can't really. I can only tell you what the filters we're looking at. I mean, you can take it up. You can, but this is a great link, guys. And anybody else, this is a classic way to build your own strategies. You know, you see something that you see moving, and you think, man, I'd like to see, down the road what was happening. So maybe I can build a strategy around these filter values. Now, you wouldn't have all these columns, okay? But you might want to say, okay, what if I just use the minimum volume and some minimum relative volume and things like that, and build a strategy that might help mimic a move in the future. That's really what it's all about. And Eric is also saying this server will never display a move which is not unusual for that stock. So that's possible. Another reason. I've never used the running up or running down. So it's possible that that's a reason too. Keep an eye on this SST, guys. I mean, it's been basing nicely right around here. You know what? I mean, we get a pop out of here on volume. Hey, you never know. I mean, it did have that. Excuse me, it did have that crazy move up to 1350. Excuse me, 1350 or so. That's a couple of dollars, and all it's doing right now is kind of resting. So I'm going to stick an alert at around 11.68 for SST. If it gets up to that price on volume, right? Always on volume. If there's no volume, I don't care. I see Lazy Boy is negative still, but it's a high of the day. Still negative. Lazy Boy, or not Lazy Boy, sorry, I always want to say Lazy Boy. Lazard, LAZ, is earnings play, trying to come back a bit here. Oh, you mean you want the stocks like this template? This one? Yeah, right here. So that's the no, I've got the history on it, so you have to, yeah. So that again, that's a great way to try to, there are those of you who are so inclined, you want to try to build your own strategies. I mean, it tells you exactly what the servers are looking at, and you can add as many different columns as you want. Just check the values. Boy, imagine if this gets some volume, guys. This has promise. This SST has some promise if it can get some volume. Haven't even looked at Amazon. Yeah, I mean, it's a big move, 6.8%. Half a billion, almost, well, 439 million shares. Well, look at the SPY. I mean, look at this 15-minute chart for the SPY doing nothing. Nothing. Yeah, top scan. Yeah, just the one. The funny how that works, isn't it? Because you would think the tops. Well, no, I guess you wouldn't think the top scan makes sense because the market's down. You might get some bounce plays. Boy, that was a great one for for the MP. I was on my break. That's what happened. I was 12:47. I was still on my break. I see it now. Yeah, I see now why you said toast is a snoozer. Yeah, no kidding. So you go to the Now, the idea is just to add one ticker, okay? Really just concentrate on one ticker. So you just right click, configure. Yeah, off topic, yes, off topic, off topic, off topic, okay? So you go to the symbol lists and you say single, and the drop down menu. Because I mean, in theory, all you're really trying to do is say, oh man, look at this one. I'd like to be able to mimic that somehow. So you pick a symbol and you just, so obviously you just change it. I've got Qualcomm in here now. You just change it to whatever you want. And then have some kind of, now I had the running up. Usually I use a new high, but it's up to you whatever alert you want. Actual alert you want, okay? In fact, I want to get this back. Usually when I use this, okay, does that make sense? And I'm getting rid of that too. Okay, I usually want no filters at all, but, and then you just let it rip. Just do a history and see what the server was seeing at all those different time frames. That make sense? Well, yeah, you could. I mean, if that's what you do want to do, it's not typically the way it's used, but I mean, there's nothing stopping you from creating a symbol list, and then, you know, only the following list. So create your symbol list, and then check only the following list with those symbols in it. But again, it may be confusing. But if that's what you want to do, you can do it. All right, guys, so SST is making a little bit of a move here, but still, look, no volume. A little bit of volume on the 2, but I mean, it may run, but here's another one on the way down. Iridium. So yeah, so take everything off topic, okay? Everything off topic unless it's specific to a stock, okay? No, that doesn't look good for Zev. That 5 looked like it was trying to hold, but that doesn't look good for Zev right now. Certainly as an intraday, it's really giving it up. Boy, this one, OZON, had an interesting day yesterday. It closed below the open. It was up, but it closed below the open, continuing down today. And The next low looking left on the monthly is way down here around 16. Tough to get through though, 20 maybe. The next low though is 18 or so. So if it can take out 20, all right, SLI. Okay, it did make a new low here. Boy, all right, SLI. Is this it? Is this really truly going to be it? All right, guys, I'm getting set for my the meeting at 2. All I can do is I'll pass it on. Pass it on, okay? I'll pass it on to Michael. He's the one who's been developing all these other things in this TI Quant, so I'll pass it on. That's the money flow index, right, Zach? Money flow index, MFI? All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on a mute right now and get the announcement up. Okay, guys, unmute now. All right, guys, I'm back, and I thought I would just show up or show this spy race here. You can see right off the bat. I mean, look at these stocks. I mean, obviously, what's happening to the market. The last time when I was still live in the room on the mic, the market was flatlining, and now look what's happening. So you're seeing all this. You're starting to see a lot of red, not too many moving up. Which makes sense. Of course that makes sense, but it's just another way of looking at what's happening in the market right now. Zev is a mess. I mean, Zev is a mess now. I mean, wouldn't surprise me if it went not negative necessarily, but right back to the open. I mean, or the close of yesterday. I mean, it's a real mess. It's too bad. I mean, it would be nice if it held 5 at least, then maybe put a bit of a base in, but this is a mess. The SST, guys, I was waiting for a bid of 12. Never came. It was the bid was around 11.91. Ask was a little over 12. Never got a bid over 12. So, and we really didn't get the volume. And you know what? Why would anybody go long anything right now unless it was just maybe some kind of a quick scalp bounce if you really like the setup? I'm just so happy that our charts are back. You know what it was, guys? If you look at the next beta, and I'll actually be on the beta tomorrow. I'm not going to be in a development version just to make sure there are no other bugs. But it was a change in the .NET. That's what. So what'll happen is when you download the latest version, that 0.61, when it becomes available, you'll actually have to. It'll ask you to reboot your computer. Okay, that's what happened to me. First time in all the years I've been using new trade ideas setups or builds, I should say. Never once have I had to has it kind of booted me out and told me to. Well, it didn't tell me. It just did it. So just so you know, that happened about 15 minutes before I was going to get open the room. So, but anyway, that's the reason. I guess that is the reason. It was some kind of a thing in the .NET. But look, I mean, the charts are great now. Well, that's it, Pepe. Yeah, that we are on the latest, I guess. Now, I hope that every time we do change, that it's not going to screw up the charts. But look, I mean, you can just see. I mean, there's just an immense difference. Immense difference. I mean, it's just, it's a lot. It's exactly as they're supposed to be. I think it's even better than the fastest I've seen. Meanwhile, back at Facebook, Facebook is it making a new low again? If I had any whatevers, I'd short snap and hold it into its earnings after hours. But a lot of this already may be built in. I don't know. Yeah, you see, the SST. One of the reasons I saw this is how I'm sort of warming up to the race cars. Okay, as you know, I am typically somebody who always, any alerts I'm getting, always at the high or the low of the day. So I'm kind of missing out in the middle of the pack stuff, obviously, because I'm not a big pullback player. What this is helping me though is all of a sudden, if something is starting to win a race and it's up a decent percentage, if I click on it. That's where I actually saw the SST. Now, it didn't take out 12, but typically I would not see this stock, unless I had it thumbnailed and I was really watching it or something. But this will help me kind of find the ones that are kind of middle of the pack in the top list and maybe starting to move somewhat. And if it's coming from a good pattern, You know, today is not a great day because of the market, okay? But imagine if the market was running higher. So for me, this is how I'll be using it. All right, so I'm going to be getting muted at 3. Keep the room open until 3:30, as always. And just one last time, just to take a look at the test drive. Test drive is probably get over 2,000 participants again. So again, if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So if you sign up, it's $11.11. You're pre-registering now, okay? So no live data until the 14th. That's the Monday. Well, it's Valentine's Day, and it'll go from the 14th to the 28th inclusive. That will be 10 trading days, okay? And about an hour. And what's going to happen also? Chris Varley, who is in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 every day. He's going to make himself available Friday evening. Friday probably around 5 o'clock, okay? And spend as much time in the YouTube room helping people set up. You know, if they have questions about setting up. Because you'll be able to download the program. I usually say give it an hour after the market close on Friday. So that's say 5 o'clock Eastern time. But Chris has volunteered to be in our YouTube room probably from about 5 o'clock on. And for as long as it takes, and maybe even kick in on the weekend a bit. So I'm going to try to do a little more support for those of you who are brand new to the program to get you all up and ready for Monday morning, so it's not completely brand new to you. And let me see, one last look at my home page. All right, so when you click on my link, you will see this. Yes, you'll see this. So here's how you can take out a subscription right now if you want. Barry for Alpha. That's the promo code for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Again, this is a toggle. You click on Get Trade Ideas. You can pick an annual or a monthly, okay? And again, that 15% discount only applies to the first month on a monthly subscription. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon, and all the education is right here, mainly about trade ideas. But again, if you're going to be part of this test drive, first thing I would do is take the 20 introductory lessons. All right, or if you're brand new to trade ideas, because it goes over all the basic features. Okay, but this guide, the guide up here, it's all searchable. So it's a great user guide. Have she added these sections yet? Yeah, so we do. I asked Stephanie to add a section on stock racing. Okay, so it's easy, so you can find it easily. But if you're wondering, well, I wonder if Trade Ideas has this. All you have to do is click on the full table of contents, and then do a search. Okay, here's our search box, and you can always search on something you might be looking for, okay? And then, of course, the daily support session. So I'll put the YouTube link. Well, I'll do it just before I leave. I'll shut the room down around 3:30, and then Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30, as he is Monday to Friday. And the webinars. So there are no more webinars. So I think next week will be the last time we'll have some webinars on a regular schedule. Next week's webinars will be Tuesday, Thursday. And then the week after is when the 2 weeks of test drive. So we won't have webinars during those 2 weeks. But you can sign up for them all here. And you'll get notified, when they start and when, the day and the time. And then last, back to basics. Watch these videos. If you're new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock, okay? And then, of course, the other section here, all my scans that I'm sharing. I'm going to be running this scan tomorrow, the gap continuation or reverse. I'm going to take a look at it again. I used to always have it up, but I haven't had it for a few months. But I think I'll run it tomorrow and see what sort of results we get. They're always changing. That's why I never ever, if I create any sort of a scan, I never get rid of it completely. You know, I'll just save it to the cloud. And every now and then, if I think there's something that's not really giving me the results I want anymore, I'll bring one back and see what happens. So I think tomorrow I will be looking at the not maybe definitely I'll be looking at the gap continuation or reverse scans. So my advice: save my link. You save my link, then you can, all these, whoops, let me get back to the, so if you save my link, because there's a ton of information right here. So you save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. All right, guys, I think I shall wrap this up now. I'm just going to put I got to wrap it up. Not wrap it up, just I'm on mute. Oh, get rid of that message there. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute, and again, if I have to, I'll pop on the mic. If something needs to be answered via the mic, I will.
video transfer. Let's check the audio. All right, audio is good too. Perfect. All right, everybody, 3:30 live Q&A here for trade ideas, open forum and all that kind of stuff. So, as per usual, I don't come with anything pre-done for content here. I leave it up to you all to drive the content. Resize some of these here, display things how I like. Maybe. So anybody with questions, fire those away. Like I said, I don't come with any pre-done content on this. I like you folks to drive it with your questions, what you'd like to look at, talk about, discuss, all that good stuff. We got the market selling off here a little bit. Energy stays real strong, it looks like so far. Not even Jim Cramer can bring down energy. So, with that gap down and basically a gap down and go on the day for the most part. We look here, fought its way back to positive today, both those on energy. What else? The banks are hanging in there. They're not really down much. Those are your regionals. Alright, let's see. My darling XOP was making some moves back up the line here. I'm not sure where it is now. Let me find XOP. There we go. So it's gone positive off the open, or well, it had. Kind of chopping around, but the sellers continue to try to bring it down, and buyers aren't having it. So anyways, that's our market right now. Those are the strong points. Everything else is chop and or weak. So again, anybody with questions, fire those away. Sorry, just typing in the chat here with another user that I'm helping with a few questions. Joe, any idea if tomorrow will be a sell-off or an update? No clue. No idea, Joe. I don't do predictions. I'd say this, we've been in a range with the averages for a long time, and I prefer to look at the RSP and the MDY to display this. So we look at the RSP, and let's take a look at the the big picture here. RSP is your S&P 500, but equally weighted, not cap weighted. And we can see right here, look, we entered this range here, we ain't out of that range basically. We ground up, smack down, popped out, we looked like we were in the clear, popped down, popped back out, we really looked like we were in the clear, slammed right back down into the range. So almost a year now we're going on that we're in a range like that. So I suspect that's what's going to continue for right now. There's not any data one way or the other to really dictate where the market's going to go. A lot of people are hung up on what the Fed will or will not do come March. It's kind of a foregone conclusion at this point they'll hike, but will they really? If they hike, do they taper? All those things like that impossible. And then the MDY. Now this one's a little weaker actually. So this started a range here and never really got out of that range quite like the RSP did, and even popped back under that range really fast here for a couple of days. And it's right smack in the middle of this range though again. So that's your theme. That's literally your theme, and you're kind of at the mercy of some big earnings right now at the market. I think Amazon will matter. That'll play a big role what happens tomorrow. So that, those are my kind of thoughts there. I just play the charts. I like energy. I think we're in an energy bull market for sure. And I think, I don't see a reason why energy won't be up tomorrow unless something really drastic happens and we crash. But, energy numbers have been out for the week now. All the inventories, rigs, all that stuff like that. So I think tomorrow, barring something odd happening, I think we see energy continue to grind back up again tomorrow. I'm not buying any more energy stocks right now. I own P10 and VET. VET is sitting right around my entry price right now. I had a core position in P10, and I've been trading in and out of it as it's gone up and down the last couple of weeks. So you have this here P10. I own some P10 right now, and I own some of this VET. But VET happens to be the trade of the week, but I've been watching it for a long time, long before it was the trade of the week. So those are the energy stocks that I currently own. So sorry, still kind of typing over there. So that's it on that's what I'm looking at for energy stocks. I have a lot of regrets on this one. MDY. I should have no, not MDY. I'm sorry, MGY. I really should have bought this. It's sitting near one of its all-time high, sitting near its all-time highs. MGY. Um, and it's strong. It's such a strong chart, and it's not extended or anything, and it's been so strong. And well, anyways, I didn't buy that. I went back into P10 instead. So it is what it is. And then sorry, light to your best life. How to set up alert list. Well, you can create a new alert list. So you start here and you go new alert window, and it's going to default to open with some things that are in there already. But everything in here is where you'll be doing the configuring of the scan. So you come to search first and you look what kind of catalyst you want for the alert itself. A new high, a new low, new ask high. This is the alert, the event that has to happen, and then that event happens in coordination with these filters. So you start looking through the filters, what you want to build out for filters. You want volume metrics, price range, a trading range in percent or dollars over a certain period of time. Stocks that gapped up, consecutive candles, things like that. And as you add these things, so for example, let's say you added a consecutive days candle, right? You click on it and you add that filter, and then you start to give it a value. So here, you put, let's say you wanted 3 consecutive days up at least, so you put a 3 here, all right? And you can use the show me function in the middle here, and it'll show you what you just did. So that 3 equals show me stocks where the stock is up 3 days in a row. And then you could cap it too. You could say, show me stocks, putting a 0 in the max. Show me stocks where it's up 3 days in a row. Stock was down recently, or the stock was flat. So things like that. And you'll go through, the filters that you want to use, add those to the scan. All right, and that'll be that. You'll press OK. And you'll come to the summary tab here, and it'll tell you what the scan is looking for, and from there your scan will return you any stocks that meet it. Okay, so let's see, Andre. Hopefully you said you're here in the other chat. Let me bring over Brokerage Plus. So hold on, let me log into the simulator and bring it over. So what you were referencing about the right click on positions and changing the time stop, you can do that here. Modify stop orders, modify time stop orders if you had one. The only thing is, if you have it that's set out for a couple of days, I'm not sure if you can edit it there. I've never actually played with that part of Brokerage Plus, so you'll have to check there. You'll have to kind of trial and error it there with that. But that's for positions held. If you want to change the strategies time stop, you would come to the strategies tab here and right click. Wiggle, it has to do with price, with the price fluctuations. I would highly recommend staying away from it, Robert. It's a really kind of advanced setting. Let me see if I can dig up something on it for you. Hold on. So when you come here there, Andre, if you go right click and you go to the edit trading strategy, that's you can change it in here for what you want on that time hold for all the positions you enter moving forward. But no way to the only way you might be able to change that is with that right click and modify time stops here. So like right now, if I add a time stop here, yeah, okay, you should be able to do that then. Let's say 5 at 3:55, add. Okay, so now we've got that time stop is there. So there, in 2 days, you just saw that populate there. So in modified time stops, all right, and you could cancel the time stop and then add a new one if you want, all right. So hopefully that made sense there for you, Andre. And just let me know if you got that in the questions panel there for me. Wiggle, 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 woo. Let me get rid of this thing. Oh, Wiggle, where are you? Okay, so this is what Wiggle is. It's actually a wiggle for your stop loss, and it's calculated by multiplying the stock's 15-minute volatility in dollars with its relative volume value. So it's not even something that you can really use in live trading anyways because the broker can't hold it. It was something that we had hoped to have that would go into live trading, but can't. But we don't remove things like that because someone may want to, someone may not be automating and they want to know what their strategy would look like even if they were doing it manually. So here, if you want some more on that, Robert. Yep, stops part of Brokerage Plus. So that'll give you more on the that'll give you more on wiggle. But essentially, someone would use it if they wanted to, a little wiggle room on their stops. Give up a penny or two or something like that. But like I said, it's not based on the formula that you're going to put in there. It's based on a 15-minute volatility candle times relative volume. And yeah, Debbie. That stops part of Brokerage Plus. That can be used in Brokerage Plus, the time stop, because the broker can hold that order. Um, like to your best life there. Did what I went over in that alert window, did that help you at all? And then do you want like a specific alert window built? Like if you throw me a few ideas of something you're looking at built, we can build it together right here. As an exercise to help you out a little bit with that. I know I kind of went over that quick. I'm not, I don't know if there's a specific something you're looking for. I'm happy to help you, dive into a little bit here right now. And of course, anybody else with questions, fire those away from me, please. Other sessions Thursday at 5. No, this week was Monday, Wednesday week. I think next week is a Tuesday, Thursday week, Debbie. And I would say yes, Robert. I think that would be a fair assessment with the relative volume. Review what we have on deck. I don't have an earnings scan, but I can just pop something out real quick here. Let's see. Earnings, add filter. There we go. Um, check your check your spam box. A lot of our emails seem to end up in people's spam boxes, and if you're, I don't remember if you're a Gmail account, you might have like a promotions folder that it's shoving them into instead of just the regular spam folder to or junk, however it's called. But they should be like there should be something sent out. There's no webinar tonight at 5 Eastern. That I know for sure. No, Michael, I didn't buy MGY. I wish I had. I didn't. I've traded a whole bunch, starting back here somewhere last year. I've been in and out of this a whole bunch of times, and my gut told me on this dip day, it said I should have loaded up and used this as a hard stop down here, and loaded up, and that would have been a nice buy, but I didn't do it. I didn't have any conviction. Yeah, Dan should have been yesterday. Dan and Brad should have been yesterday. So let's see. Any of these stocks? All right, let's put a price thing on this because I don't think anybody cares about stocks that are 5 cents. Let's go with $5. All right, yeah, we can throw a market cap in there. Let's go search market cap. Market cap. All right, so we did anything above 2 billion in market cap. All right, we can even sort by that. Let's do that. Let's have some fun with this here. Configure. Sort by market cap. Ooh, we want to add that column too. And where are you at, market cap? And configure and properties and select colors because I like everything nice and neat. Market cap. Where are you, market cap? There we go. Perfect. So we go Amazon at the top. Obviously the highest of the market caps reporting today. Eli Lilly. What do we got? Royal Dutch. They just moved, actually, as a matter of fact. They moved from Amsterdam to London, I believe. Merck. Honeywell. Who's COP? Oh, ConocoPhillips, duh. Estee Lauder. I don't think oil's overbought. One, oil's going to 120. Since everybody loves to make predictions, oil's going to 115, 120. By this, I'll say sometime in the summer, anyways, at the latest. Ford reports. What do you know? interesting here. I don't follow Elliott Wave, but I'm going to have to. It's part of the CMT curriculum. Um, oh yeah, sorry, hold on. We're going through all this here. So I've got multiple messages coming in from all kinds of places. There we go. All right. And here, so anyways, so we those are Activision. We got Activision, ING. Um, Here's the thing: we have a high inflation environment, and you want to own physical things in high inflation. So oil was already in a bull market, and I think it's a long-term secular bull market for oil that started sometime last year. And with this high inflation, nobody seems to care about gold and silver. I mean, just real simple here. That doesn't look like inflation. We've known about inflation for a long time, long before the Fed would admit it, that it wasn't transitory and blah 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 blah. And that's what gold is still doing. So that's not to say gold can't make a move up, but obviously nobody's rushing to buy gold. That's for sure. And the silver chart's no different. Silver chart's probably even uglier than that chart. But you want to own physical things. So what's physical? Oil. All right. That's where people are headed towards. And banks, old stuff. So you take a look at bank stocks, especially European bank stocks. Look at HSBC. All right. Let's take a look at HSBC. This is one of the things that I do. I go through, I go through God knows how many charts in a week. It's crazy. Look at that HSBC chart, all right? ING, all right? Look at these, who else? Who's an international bank I was just looking at? Some Brazilian banks look good. Some Argentinian banks actually look good. Trying to think who else. Anyways, my point being is that, yeah, Deutsche Bank, DB. Look at that. Who had Deutsche Bank on their bingo card right here for the last year? I mean, come on. And this was a bank that everybody thought they were washed up and they were going to get dissolved and the German government was going to have to take them over and blah, 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 blah. And there's all the scandal around them. And, well, here they are. About as strong as you're going to get right now in the financial sector. So, and, at home, it's not like we're lacking here. KRE. Amazon's going to disappoint. I don't know whether they'll beat or not, but I think they're going to disappoint the street. I think no matter what Amazon does, the street is not going to be happy with it. That's my hat in the ring. And again, here's the KRE, and where's our friendly friend XLF? XLF. So, all these things here are sitting at, all-time highs, the financials. All right, Amazon, what say you? Properties. Show post market. So sales announced fourth quarter margin 2.5, 66 billion, net 14. So let's see. All this is still coming in right now. I mean, anybody with a broker has all of this. So, but here's what we got. More to follow up. Here we go. So operating cash flow decreased 30%. Trailing 12 months compared with 66 billion trailing over 12 months December 2020. I lose, yes. Thank goodness I don't bet. I play a chart. No gambling for this guy. The initial move was down. Let's see where we head after this. But the street likey. And this is making me happy. I have held all the positions I've held on to now. Because I'm long to the gills in some stuff right now. And then, sorry, you had something, Chris, ETF should buy oil higher is the best way to buy since oil's going higher. I think personally individual stocks are the best way to go through it. But if you're looking at an oil, you want to look at oil ETFs. I'm a big believer in the XOP. That's my dog in the race here. Let me get rid of that. So this is what I like here, XOP. Well, we can go through a few of these here. I like this very much right here. So you can see I've got a trend line on there going way back here. And I think we're in this, I think we're in a secular bull market for this. And this is oil, gas, and exploration. The bottom line is this. We're a hydrocarbon world. And developing nations don't want to hear about, playing nice with the environment and all those things like that. They've been poor and hurt for a long time. They're going to discover oil. You better believe they're going to pump it as much as they can. They don't care about your Paris Treaty or any of those things like that. This is not a comment on whether it's right, wrong, indifferent, or moral. I'm just talking about what's real in the world. Look at, what China's doing as far as importing oil, the amount of coal they're burning. They're burning more coal than they've ever burned. So you can always look to some coal stocks. TECK is a good one. BTU is another good one as far as coal goes. And then as far as ETFs, you just got to be careful with the ETFs. Some of them rebalance and do things like that. So you have to be careful with what ETFs you're going in. But looking at this weekly chart here, I mean, it was so beat up for so long, and now we've got this beautiful base that we've come out of, and just, every time they try to drag it down, it's coming right back up. So, anyways, I think our next level's up here. That's what I see in a chart. I could be very wrong. I'm okay with being wrong. It's part of what we do. That's all there is to it. I can live with that stuff. So, sorry, things are moving after hours here on me. And I just want to see where I stand with a few things. So, all right. We could call that confirmation, Robert. When you see a stock moving in unison with it, that the long-term trend is a confirmed trend. A way that's done, via the overall economy and market now is the S&P 500 and the IWM. When you see them moving more in lockstep together, you get a confirm long-term trend. You can confirm the long-term trend like that. That's what I would say. So, all right, did Amazon come back down to earth at all? Is it still looking strong? So I'll take it. Sorry, making sure I catch up on all these things here. USO, yes. USO is a great looking chart. Very nice looking chart. That's why, I don't think oil's gotten ahead of itself in any way here. That's a nice incline. That's right there. It's a nice trend line. That's your trend that you want to see intact. Moving up a channel like that would be nice. And then EGY you put in there. EGY, not familiar, am I? Am I familiar with you? Oh yeah, this came up on my evening scanner. My evening scan. I don't know, you got to be careful with companies like this, especially when they're announcing dividends and things like that. I don't pay attention to this stuff. I don't care about any of this revenue and debt and things like that. I mean, I have them up here, but it's not going to be anything. But look at these wild moves in it here. So I would say playing a chart, we got to be careful here. And obviously, you can see I've looked at it at some point on a weekly basis. Going to look a lot different than a daily time frame. Let's put it back on a daily. Yeah, I mean, Facebook has no kick coming for a long time. I'll come back to the EYG chart in a second. I mean, just a total failure on some recent things with Facebook. And I mean, that's no comment to what the future of the company will or will not be. I don't know, but it's going to be hard to get people interested in buying it right away right now, thinking that they're getting a bargain or anything. I mean, that's significant. So sorry, we were talking about EGY. I say that, and then there'll be a bunch of funds that buy it tomorrow and drag it right back up. So you're really you've got this beautiful base that happened here, and then exploded up out of that. You're gonna want to watch for things to catch up now. I wouldn't go running right into it, but overall, at some point, I think natural gas also gets some more love than it's currently getting. Sorry, where's natural gas? Natural gas was down here today. Gap down big after a big day yesterday. Bigly. But yeah, that's significant. Right, that makes sense. So I think as far as a chart play for me, it's a chase at this point. Ford dropping hard. Let's take a look. Ouch. Gotta love it when they do this right here. This is one of my favorites. That and that. Like, alright, what are we doing? My earnings are so tricky. Let's see, has Shell reported yet? Yep, they reported. Not much to report there, though, to be honest. Okay, who else? Merck. What'd you do, Merck? I don't think they've reported yet. Nope, they haven't reported yet. Honeywell, have you reported? Nope, Honeywell hasn't reported yet either. Anybody else? Activision, did you report? Oh, they're raising the monthly Prime fee too. Oh, you know what? Probably because I put 0 in this, it was showing that for Merck. You're right. That is showing Merck instead of putting should put points 0.75, 0.75. Let's do this. Configure. There we go. Snapchat. Oof. Market liked whatever Snap had going on. Asking Andy if he bought Snap, he was talking about it for some bottom fishing. Spread filter, it's just what the spread is on a stock. So if we look at a time and sales here, that's our spread right now. So the spread filter allows you to get rid of stocks that have a massive spread, or allows you to look at stocks that do have a massive spread, whatever you want. So like Ford, we can click on Ford. So like right here, we can see it's a 2-cent spread right now in Ford. Opened up to 3 cents, back to 1, back to 1 again. So that's what the spread filter does, is it filters stocks based on what you want to see here. Mess with erase with this real quick. I think it's just spread as in pennies, Debbie. 2 minutes. Change post market. Delta value. Replace the cars. Run the race. And let's see. Spread. Configure. Yeah, spreads in pennies. So you probably use the custom, right, to do that, I'm guessing. Oops, I only put 5 cars on there. Whoops, oh well. And so we can see Snap is still making moves. Yeah, the issue unfortunately we run into is the amount of server work that it takes to add a filter. That's interesting. CH. Because one filter adds tens of millions of data points. That's funny, first time Snap's ever made a profit. Yeah, I know nothing about them. What makes my stock go up on low volume? Just simple supply and demand. Someone had to have bought it somewhere. The only way for a stock to move is for shares to trade hands. So, alright, we look like we've got some pretty good earnings here right now. Ford doesn't look good, but compared to, if we take a look here, let's widen this out. Alright, so we can see a little better. And we've got this change post market here. So, you've got Snap, really killed it. Really great. Look at these numbers here. For change in post market, the positive numbers, those big ones versus any small, all the negatives are pretty small right now. CLX, that's not great. But all the same, all these negative ones so far are really wiped out in comparison. A lot of zeros also, but there's a lot of companies that just nobody cares about. I think the scan has got everything in there right now. I don't think there's anything we're missing. This? No, but I give it to you. Give me 1 second. I'll name it something. We'll call it after hour earnings. Save or share to cloud. After hour earnings over 2 billion. And over $5. There you go. So, all right, I also know that there's a well, not a ton, but there's a bunch of economic news coming out tomorrow too. So I think um, that's gonna be a big role. Tomorrow's gonna be a very interesting day, that's for sure. You know, the dip buyers got another dip to buy if they want. The Bears have, a running start going into tomorrow, obviously. So we'll see what that all means. Take a look at the overall markets here before we wrap up. So you can see this was probably the Zahn effect here, but nice trend up back over 450 for the moment, anyway. So we'll see what happens. I always like to zoom out in the big picture here. First correction we've really had in a long time. And there's a lot of people, I'll be quite honest, there's a lot of people that haven't traded a real correction. And again, I always just disclaimer for what I'm saying. I don't think COVID counts, the COVID crash. It's a once in 100-year event. This seems to be I'll say that's a big deal right there. Back to the downside again. But I also think it's no coincidence that we got rejected off around this 457 mark on the SPY. I don't think it's any coincidence whatsoever. Sorry, reading some messages that were coming into me. Let's pull up, all right, back to the ETFs real fast here before we wrap up. So I'm interested. The Jets, I don't think, yeah, they can't get out of their own way. I had all these people lecture me. I've had people lecturing me since here that China's due for a huge bounce. Then I had them lecturing me here, and I had them lecturing me here, and here, and here, and here, and here. So I don't think China's due for a huge bounce. At some point it will recover, but I don't think we're at that point yet. FXI going to look no different. So this was your Chinese internet stocks. This is going to be your Chinese large caps, and that looks no better. I feel bad looking at this because I know breaks perfect circles hard, but yeah, this is another one here. And when I say things like that, it's no comment on whether I'm bearish or bullish something. I look at long-term trends. The long-term trend in this was up for a long time. That long-term trend is dead. I know, perfect. So that's why I disclaimed. I feel bad bringing it up, but you can't help it. I'm sorry. Home builders. I've had a shift in the wind here. The home builders had a really great run. That's broken now. We'll see. Materials just hanging out in this range for a long time still. REITs were a bright point all last year. Same thing, kind of just stuck in a range. It's, everybody's kind of waiting around what's going to happen. Emerging markets, same thing. They're just in this channel. And you can pick emerging markets that look good. With the overall emerging market picture, I mean, pretty clear. Sam, are you talking about the charts? Because I was getting set when I wrap this up to email you. I'll be testing after the close. I'm downloading the new version, and I'm one of the people who has to bang away on it. I've heard from everybody that's been able to download it before me that the charts are snappy as they've ever been for loading. The logic still isn't there for the 5-second refresh, or the 0.5-second refreshes yet, but the actual loading of the charts, I've been told, is as good as it's ever been. And it was kind of a happy accident find. It wasn't actually new logic that was put in. They tried to explain it to me. I won't pretend that I understand half of it. But my point being is, yes, we were asked to really bang around on it because Brad wants to get it out to you folks ASAP. So, I don't know how fast it'll go out. 3 days, 4 days, but it's on the cusp, and that is there. So, yeah, you can always go back. I'll hold. I have. There's a back version still for 4.2.32, I think, whatever the last public beta was before we jumped to the 5.5s. So there'll be a version that I can get for you of that. So, all right, I guess that saves me an email. So, all right, and just in case anybody here right now, I see there's still a few people here before I wrap this up. If you don't have this already set up and you want to know when we come out with a new version of the software, because it's good to stay updated. Sam ran into a problem with his, with some logic that unfortunately that caught him and it caught me in a bad way for the charts loading. But if you go to tools, all right, and you go to options and you go to upgrade and click all releases. Every time we release a public beta, it will be there, okay? And a lot of people get tripped up on this. When you do that, what I've just shown you there, this new will turn a big bold green whenever we have a new version out, even if it's a new beta version. What people get tripped up about a lot is this. They come to the download page and they scroll down and they see production version, download. And they don't realize how much further they have to scroll on this page. If we look here, a lot more to go. Number one, anytime you update, please read these notes. All right, there's a lot of stuff there. Some will apply to you, some will not apply to you. Please read them. As you scroll down though, you can see there's almost always a public beta that's here that you can download. All right, and that's what gives you Market Explorer and stock racing and all those good things like we've just implemented. Moving forward, our notes on the releases will now look like this with links. All right, so we've got links here to get you around on things. All kinds of good stuff in here. Lots of visuals to help you what these are all doing, what they're looking at. All right, so all this stuff is here. Please, 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 you update something with Microsoft, you're supposed to read what the updates are. You update something with, I don't know, whatever software you're using. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. OBS, DaVinci. You should read those release notes. Actually, I'm wrapping up now. But if you got a question or something, fire away at me here. And you too, Perfect Circle. So yeah, if you have a question, Sam, fire away, and I can I'll dive into whatever it is that you got real quick here. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can throw an email too for me, and I always make Andy help me when it comes to scans. We're getting a huge ice storm apparently tomorrow here, so just be careful out there. One of the gentlemen I work with here in Indiana says that they're getting crushed with a blizzard right now out there. So you too, Sam. All right, and as soon as that releases out, give it a shot. It should be in the next couple of days. Like I said, we've all been tasked with getting into it as absolutely much as possible. So, all right, everybody, thanks for coming in. I appreciate all the questions and comments. Always a good time with you folks. I really do enjoy doing these live sessions, especially when they are lively, like we just had again today. And of course, earning season never hurts. Um, all right, that's not too bad then. That could always be worse. That could always be worse. So, all right, I thank you again, everybody. I'll be back here tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern to wrap up the week. I do believe tomorrow is going to be a very, very interesting day. So, you're welcome, David. Appreciate it, and you all have a wonderful rest of your afternoons or evenings wherever you're located on this globe. Thanks for watching, and we'll catch you.